maybe trying to make it look in the shoe, and that's just how it's like. Especially when like getting Alzheimer's.
Here it is.
Sometimes with that, you know, that they can become mean.
All right, everyone. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are now live.
It's the calming judge, right? It's the calming judge, right?
Exactly.
We'll be so anxious.
I think I had one just before I got there. This was a female. She wild. Well, get the and welcome to the University Place City Council meeting for November 20th, 2023. My name is Steve Worthington. I'm the mayor of the city of University Place, and I'm calling the November 20th meeting to order. And if we could start with the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Keel,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember McCluskey,
I'm here.
Councilmember Fleming,
Here.
Councilmember Belisi,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa,
Present.
Mayor Worthington.
Mayor Worthington, present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Fleming, would you be kind enough to start us with the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Please join us in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. And at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second for approval of the agenda?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Are there any objections to the agenda, to approving the agenda as distributed? Any objections? I don't see any. The agenda is approved as distributed. And that brings us to presentations. And this evening we have two presentations. The first one is recognizing some of the work that our city team, one of our city teams, has done, and I'm going to come down and we'll talk about that. Excuse me.
Look at all that.
So, I wanted to, yes, yeah, come on up, you bet. We wanted to take a moment and anyhow with Linda Sees and with David and Amanda, give some recognitions that are due. We at the City of University Place have I think, an excellent communication team. And we have some proof of that tonight. Recently, they're at the National Association of Telecommunication Organizations.
Officials and advisors.
Officials and advisors, NATOA. I just know it as NATOA. Okay. We received some awards. So, and actually, Linda, I'm going to turn to you to help us understand some of those awards, if you would, please.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about them? So, this is a big year for us. We got 10 awards. We're pretty excited about it. 4 were honorable mentions, and then we have 5 awards of distinction, essentially a second or third place, and then a first place award of excellence. And so, did you want to read the list, or I'm going to? Okay, Amanda was the producer. Dave worked with her on the Chambers Creek video, which we'll show after we take our pictures. And that's that first award there. We'll pick them up in a minute. All the other ones are awards of distinction, and they were for 4 different videos. The Chambers Creek video got a first place and a second place.
2 different categories.
2 different categories. Yeah, the State of the City, 2022 State of the City, also got 2 different categories in the category of Public Affairs and Promotion of a City and County. And then the Deck Days event recap got an award of distinction. The Garden Tour got an award of distinction. Yeah, so that's what they all are there. We're pretty excited about it, mostly because NATOA is a national organization, and we're up against other cities. They pair you against cities your same size, and so that's a good thing, but we did really well this year, and we're just excited to be here. So I figure we'll just pick them up and hold them and take a picture.
Sounds like a
Okay,
great plan.
all right. And we're very excited for you, too. Well done. Yeah, it's a little different.
Amanda gets to hold this one with Dave, because Dave does everything.
These are second place, right?
And you can hold three. It's a tough thing.
That's all right. You get to hold on my.
Read the right way.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to scoot over 2 steps.
You can take them, but you can't take it.
Thank you. Very good. Appreciate all your.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you for leading that team. Dave, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Very, very well done. Oh, one more. All right.
Okay, I'm not.
Not quite as heavy.
You'll have to get me in it.
You can get in that one.
All right. Good. Yeah. Do you any type of setup for this, or you think you've? So we can. So this is the top award winning.
We're going to play just the first place winner. And Amanda and Dave specifically worked on this. Amanda was the producer. So we're pretty proud of this one. This is a partnership production category. So partnership in that we work with PCTV, but also partnership in that the project itself was a partnership amongst the county and us and
City of
Lakewood,
Lakewood.
right? There you go.
City of Lakewood.
So we thought we'd play that one. Pardon me? And Peter is not here tonight. Peter also works for PCTV, and he also worked on that. So thanks for that, Amanda. We want to make sure he gets his recognition as well. So I'll go ahead and...
Yes, we can go ahead and start that on. Thank you. Hope you find it interesting. Chambers Creek Canyon Trail is a real gem for our communities. It's a chance to come out and see nature and explore the creek in this beautiful setting, and it connects us in lots of different ways.
It's a joint project that we've been undertaking with Pierce County and Lakewood and University Place together to develop a 2.5-mile trail system that will run all the way up through the Canyon Trail and ultimately match into our existing trail system that we have down at Chambers Bay.
If you're visiting the park here for the first time, you're going to see the beautiful Chambers Creek stream as it's passing by. You probably see some neighbors as well, and you really get a sense of being in the Pacific Northwest. And you get a chance to just sort of slow down and relax a bit and enjoy your natural environment. It's a lovely spot.
One of the most exciting moments of this whole project was seeing the crane come in and set this bridge. It really just cemented in for us that this is that kickoff of this effort that's been started 10 years ago and shows where we're going in the future. And so what we have to look forward to is we have 2 more bridges planned further down the creek. Phase 2 we have the money for, and we hope to start working on that next year, and Phase 3 will come shortly after. This project's really a great example of the partnerships of where the 3 agencies coming together can do a lot of good. We were able to pool our resources, share the costs of these various improvements, and we hope to keep that momentum rolling with the 3 agencies all behind us.
I I hope you can come down and experience this firsthand. It's a beautiful setting. It really helps to clear the mind and enjoy nature and just be able to enjoy our communities together. Please check out Chambers Creek. Very good. Thank you. Very well produced. And yeah, thank you for your attention on that. And again, I appreciate our good work with the communications team and with Linda, with David Coleman, and Amanda Claiborne. Thank you. Oh, and excuse me, I almost forgot Peter. I can't do that. Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to move on to our next item. And we'll have our hardware trophies on display somewhere in City Hall here and add to a collection we've got started. But we're going to move on to our next item for presentations, and that is our West Pierce Fire and Rescue CERTA program. And we have, I think we're all set to get started with that as well. Now, let's see.
Good evening. My name is Serena Rotondo, and I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for West Pierce Fire and Rescue and also the West Pierce Emergency Management Coalition. And I'm excited to present on West Pierce CERT, which is our Community Emergency Response Team. Some history on CERT. It was originally started in 1985 with a pilot program from the Los Angeles Fire Department. They had recognized that there was an earthquake in Mexico City that showed that a lot of untrained volunteers were the ones who were first responding in that disaster. And with that, they thought that it would be good to start a pilot program that trained volunteers so that they were able to keep themselves safe when they were responding in the midst of a disaster. And in 1993, FEMA had adopted CERT in order to nationalize that curriculum and bring that forward. Lakewood Fire held their first CERT class in April of 2009, and when West Pierce Fire and Rescue was formed in March of 2011, they continued to support the West Pierce CERT program. Since 2009, there have been 49 CERT classes for West Pierce. With that, they've trained over 700 citizens within Pierce County, and right now there are 155 active CERT volunteers. So to be an active CERT volunteer, you need to continue with your training, so that can be one training and one public event within the year that your badge expires, or 2 trainings, and a CERT badge is good for 2 years. And right now there are 314 CERT volunteers on an email list. So what that means is that they are not continuing to be active CERT volunteers, but they want to continue to get the information on trainings or public events that are going on and how they can respond in that way. So some requirements for CERT. It is for those who live or work in the West Pierce Fire and Rescue jurisdiction. They will get priority when you're getting signed up for classes. There is a 25 max participant per class, which is why it's important that we offer priority to those who live or work within the jurisdiction, because they can get filled up pretty quickly. There is an age requirement, so it's 14 with a parent or guardian in the class and 16 with their permission. You can attend without them there. You must attend all CERT class sessions to receive the certificate. It is a 3-week course with an exercise at the end, and it's 2 classes per week. So 6 classes in total with a exercise at the end. They also have to fill out a CERT application. The CERT application goes through a background check, and there's also some questions on there of why you would want to serve. And then you also can put in your specialized skills there, so that when we're forming the team, we can understand what your background is and where you're coming from. The CERT Standard Operating Guide is a guide that's given out to their CERT volunteers, just basic rules that they would need to follow in order to remain an active CERT member. We get a training mission number for each training, and then ICS courses are required if you want to continue to be a CERT volunteer, and also if you want to receive an emergency worker card, which goes through the state, and that is 3 training courses, ICS 100, 200, and 700. The basic CERT curriculum, it goes through disaster preparedness, so just talking about how to prepare your own home for a disaster and what that looks like. Fire and utility safety, so we will have our CERT members go out on the training grounds at West Pierce Fire and Rescue and actually use a fire extinguisher to put out a live fire, and we'll have 2 West Pierce fire instructors there. Disaster medical aid and operations, that just goes through some basic disaster medical. So we talk about splinting and what that looks like, how to cover wounds. Light search and rescue, again, we'll take our volunteers out at the training grounds at Station 21, and they'll be able to use that training tower to go through and look at what it looks like when there is a building that has been damaged and how to assess that damage. We'll talk about CERT organizations. That is just how the team is organized and what that looks like and how they would respond. So we ask that our volunteers do not respond unless West Pierce Fire and Rescue asks them, and then what that looks like. So they would go through the CERT coordinator, who is Rachel Adler, and there is a process for that. Disaster psychology, that goes through what it looks like after a disaster, how you can actually help those who are going to be dealing with a tough time, and also how to keep yourself mentally safe after a disaster. And then we do touch on terrorism and active threat. The biggest takeaway that we want our CERT members to get is that is a big red stop sign for our CERT members. So anything that is involving that, we would not want them to act on or respond in any way. We would want them to leave that to the professionals. So after basic CERT, if you want to continue to be a CERT volunteer, you would get your CERT ID and passport. Those are the 2 cards at the bottom there. And this is basically used for tracking in the event of a disaster. So if our CERT members do respond, we would want them to turn their passport into their incident commander. It's our way of keeping track to make sure that they're safe and that we are aware of where everybody is at. And then team assignments, that map in the corner there shows kind of the breakdown of where everybody is within West Pierce CERT and what that looks like, and the different colored dots are different teams. So we break it down so that way each team member has a team leader that they would respond to, and we try to base that off of proximity to other members. And then I've already touched on staying active, which is the continued trainings, and then a communication plan, which goes through how they would reach out to their team leader, and then how their team leader would reach out to the CERT coordinator, Rachel. Ongoing trainings within West Pierce CERT. We do CERT quarterly trainings. So some of the ones that we have done in the past are medical trauma response, going through radios and different CERT operations. And this is just a way for us to keep our CERT members engaged and keep them up to date on trainings. There is a lot of different things that our CERT members can learn, and so I don't think that there's enough time within those 3 weeks to get through everything, and so these quarterly trainings are an amazing way for them to continue to grow that knowledge. Other training opportunities that are allotted to them are a CPR or AED class from West Pierce Fire and Rescue. Once you've taken the CERT class, if the next CPR class that is coming up, they do waive that fee for our CERT members. So that's an awesome opportunity for them to continue to learn. The CERT drill, that exercise at the end of the 3 weeks, even though that they would have already participated in it, we do have live volunteers, and we call them survivors, that will come in. They get moulaged up, so we'll do the makeup on them to give them some fake wounds, and we really rely on our CERT members that have already taken that training to then be those survivors in that drill, just to give it a real feel when the CERT volunteers are going through and can really understand. I mean, we have our volunteers with these fake wounds, and we'll have them screaming and have different scenarios that our CERT volunteers need to go through. So that is a great way to get them involved, and then also to get them to meet each other and talk in that way. Shakeout, that is a national earthquake drill that our CERT members participate in. And so with that, we'll really practice the communication drill and what that looks like, of getting a notification from your team leader, and then how you would respond to them to at least let them know that you're safe. And then there are also city and county trainings that our CERT members can attend. CERT has done a lot of response, especially with COVID-19, and it was a big shift in the way that they were responding. They volunteered at Pierce County's testing sites. they really worked in a traffic control role there, and at the vaccine sites as well. We also had our CERT members make masks, and those were used to give to the firefighters. It was a very difficult time to find N95s, and so even around the station, when they couldn't wear N95s at the beginning, they had these cloth masks that our CERT volunteers had made. And then Emergency Food Network, we volunteer there a lot, doing their repacking projects, and that's one way for us to really get out into the community. There was a heat wave in 2021 and 2022 that our CERT members responded to, and their big response was a water tree outside of Lakewood City Hall. And then one of the most recent ones here in University Place was for the King Tides of 2023. Our CERT volunteers were the ones that were filling those sandbags for Day Island and Sunset Beach residents, and they were out there doing long shifts and filling those sandbags and lifting them, and I think that they did a great job in that response as well. CERT also does a lot of outreach within the community, so we're at a lot of public events, giving out not only information on CERT, but information on preparedness in general, disaster preparedness. And we have a street. We adopted a street, and so we're out there cleaning the street. At least once a quarter, they try to get out there and keep that street clean. And then community engagement, so we've participated in EFN's hunger walks, and they've also participated at Mountain View putting the flags for Memorial Day. The West Pierce CERT Future. Right now, they are currently working on team organization and cleaning that up a little bit. We do have a lot of members, and just finding the best way so that those teams aren't so big, and not one team leader is being inundated with a lot of responses from their members. There's state and county CERTs, and then going through cost and funding, West Pierce used to receive funding from Pierce County to put on 2 classes a year. That funding has been cut, but West Pierce will still continue to fund at least 2 classes a year. That is the end. Are there any questions?
Well, thank you. Let's see. As the preparedness coordinator, Ms. Rotondo, appreciate you bringing that to our attention, giving us some good details there. We'll get some council comments here in just a second. But I did want to point out that Councilmember Belisi just recently, I think she just graduated from the CERT program. Do you have any comments you'd like to suggest?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm a proud graduate of the Team 49. We graduated September 23rd with our exercise in the tower. And I got to say, the 3 weeks, two times during those 3 weeks, it was a very educational experience. It has made me look at safety in a different light. I feel a lot better prepared to understand what could potentially happen in a major emergency crisis. And I will promise I won't be the first one on TV that says, where are they? Nobody has shown up, and it's 2 hours into an event. I think it's an extremely educational program for all community members to attend, to understand what you yourself can do for you and your family. And you don't have to become an ongoing CERT member. However, the additional trainings that you receive when you do go, I think better prepare you for all different scenarios, whether you're at home, at work, on the road. Everybody should have some basic knowledge of first aid, should have some basic knowledge of the emergency response system and what type of information is needed. So if you are the individual that is the most mobile and the least impacted by a major earthquake, windstorm, whatever, you can provide the authorities with the information that they need to be effective and responsive. Because of this, I have gone to additional trainings. I've signed up for a shelter training that's later this month that's going to be in conjunction with the county, so I can understand the county system and be able to understand how to set up a shelter. If nothing else, if I'm the only person there. I'd have the understanding of the management of a shelter and could help my neighbors in being able to work their way through a disaster that happens. So I highly encourage it. I think it's a valuable experience for community members to attend. And it's a wonderful group of people. It's citizens who just want to understand what they have control over and how they can best impact their neighborhood and their families when a disaster should happen. And that's a minor disaster for 2 days without power to a major earthquake. So I highly encourage it, and I thank you for coming and even allowing me to participate in the program.
Very good. Well, thank you. I think we have a couple of other council comments. Let's see, Councilmember Fleming, did you have something you'd like to add?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. What a great presentation. I just want to echo Councilmember Belici's comments. Highly impressed. I really am impressed with just how detailed this program is. I do have a couple of quick questions, though. One is, how are these grads contacted or deployed in times of disaster? I mean, or are they used in disaster? And how are they organized to respond as a team? And my second question is where's the contact information if someone was interested in pursuing this program?
Yes, so to your first question, they can be called on in a disaster. That would go through our communications plan. So the way that it's broken down is we have our CERT members, and each CERT member is given a CERT team leader. And so that's normally somebody that's within their vicinity, usually pretty close to them. They would contact that person to let them know that they're doing okay. Usually their CERT team member will at least reach out. There's different ways via email to text, text or a phone call. And that's all outlined between the team leaders and their members beforehand. They'll reach out to them and just get an okay that they're safe. And then they are asked to respond from the CERT coordinator. The CERT coordinator would reach out to the team leaders, who would then reach out to the members, and it would follow that chain of command.
How often do they test that communication system?
They test it at least once a year during shakeout, but they will try to do 2 communication drills a year. So normally one in the summer, and then shakeout happens in October.
Okay. And if someone was interested in this program, how do they reach you?
You can find us on the West Pierce website. So West Pierce has a page for CERT, which has all of the contact information for Rachel Adler, and then the email address that you could email if you wanted to sign up. I don't think that they have their schedule out yet. I know that that's something that she's working on for the new year, so as soon as that is out, that should be posted on the West Pierce website.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keel.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed it as well. How does this connect with the other incident response training that people go through that you have to go back to Maryland for? How does that connect with that?
With FEMA.
With the FEMA trainings that are in Maryland at EMI. So this West Pierce CERT goes through FEMA. It doesn't necessarily connect with all of the trainings that are going on at EMI in Maryland. The way that would connect is through FEMA, so that's kind of how it connects. But West Pierce, or sorry, not West Pierce CERT, but CERT in general, the Community Emergency Response Team, is really a way for community members who are not going to engage in full-on emergency management activities to just focus on how to be prepared within their own home.
Okay, that's clear. All right, thank you. So my second question is...
Thank you. And Councilmember Belici.
Oh, he still had another one.
I'm sorry.
One more question, Mayor.
Please, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So you talked about how young you have to be. So is there an upper age for I'm asking for a friend.
There is no age limit. So what we say in CERT is that no matter your age, your height, anything, there's always a way for you to gain knowledge from that class. There's always a way for somebody to volunteer if they choose to, but even if you're just going through the class to get knowledge on how to keep your family safe and your home safe in a disaster, that's all we want is for our citizens to be able to take care of themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Thank you. Good question. Councilmember McCluskey.
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent presentation. Also creates a sense of urgency that we need to prepare, because when an emergency happens and we're not prepared, that's the worst case scenario. And as you mentioned, it's not the emergency services that are going to come, it's your neighbors that are going to be helping each other. So it's really important that neighborhoods get engaged and prepare themselves for an emergency of, whatever, earthquake, volcano, electrical storms. Anyway, anything could happen. So this is really an important program to keep our community safe. So I applaud you for taking the helm and, going forward with it. You mentioned that you had about 314 emails, and some of those are not keeping up with certification. Is there any follow-up to encourage them to continue their education? And the second part of that question, in case of a widespread emergency, will you pull in the ones that have not been keeping themselves up to date, pull them in, because they do have some training, right, to help augment some of the community needs and services that they need at that time?
Yes, I think that the biggest difference between the active members who are keeping up with trainings and the email list is that those active members are willing to respond in a disaster versus the email list. They are more than welcome to attend those ongoing trainings, but they have stated that their comfortability level is not going to be to respond in a disaster. And I think that that is the biggest difference between the active list and the email list. But those members who stay on the email list, they'll continue to get all of the same communication that the active members are getting about ongoing trainings or public events, and they can still choose to volunteer and keep up with that training.
Okay. And my last comment is thank you for coming out to Day Island and doing all your presentations. There was a few weeks there that very important and pertinent information, and so those are continually going out on our Day Island alerts to keep tickling our citizens on the island to get themselves prepared.
Perfect. Thank
All right.
you.
Very good. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. So a question, I just want to make sure I heard correctly. You said the CERT volunteers only deploy after activated through the CERT coordinator. There is no self-deploying even in a major disaster kind of thing?
No,
Okay.
and we make that clear within the curriculum that we would not want them to self-deploy.
Okay, so that's a little different than like the PC net focus, which is kind of neighborhood focused. Got it.
Yes.
All right. And then second question, I hear you say you're programming 2 classes next year?
West Pierce will continue to fund 2 classes a year. Yes.
Fund 2 classes a year. Okay, so 50 seats, everybody. High demand. Go for it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. Again, thank you for coming out, and appreciate hearing about the program. I have to say it's a great way for someone to connect to the community, provide important help in an emergency situation in the community as well. So, and I got to witness that as well with the Day Island and Lemon Beach flooding issues. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're going to move on to our next item, and with that, it's public comments, and that's the time in our agenda. We invite people in the audience here, as well as folks online or by telephone, to wish to make comment. We do ask to limit the comments to 3 minutes. I'm going to actually ask our city clerk, Emmy, to review the rules, if you will, in the public comment phase, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Mayor. This time, citizens have 3 minutes to address the council on issues not scheduled for public hearing or council consideration. State law prohibits the use of this forum to promote or oppose any candidate for public office or ballot measure. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience this evening in the council room that would like to provide a public comment? Anyone here tonight? So just come forward. And I don't see anyone offhand. If you are online and wish to make a comment, if you could raise your hand there as well. And was that a hand raise? No. Okay, good. I don't see anyone online. So with that, I don't believe we have any public comments this evening. We'll move on to our next item. Next item is our consent agenda, and I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Very good. We have a motion for approval on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Belisi. Is there any objection to the consent agenda as proposed, or any amendments to the consent agenda? No. Very good. So the consent agenda is passed unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on then to the next order of business for us. That's the city manager report.
Mayor and Council, I've got Kevin Brisky, Community and Economic Development Director, here to give you a quick overview of the business startup cost. A study was done earlier this year, and we'll be very brief, but we wanted to report on that here at Council.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Kevin Brisky with the Community and Economic Development Department. Just wanted to kind of hit the high levels of the business startup cost study that staff performed over the last year.
Excuse me, Kevin, I'm sorry. Could you move the mic? Yeah, a little closer. Thank you. Those are not that sensitive.
The project was designed to determine kind of average cost to starting up a business in University Place. There's obviously many variables that come into play with this, including the type of business, location, the business sector, and we're trying to look at any potential barriers they were to starting up businesses in University Place. We studied 23 businesses that all had opened up over the last roughly 2 years within the city. We had 2 home-based businesses, 3 office, 7 retail, 4 food, 13 just general commercial, 3 in the 27th Street Business District area, 3 in the Northeast Business District area, and 15 in the town center area. Getting into kind of permitting and fees. In the city, we have a business license fee. The business license fee for University Place is $50. That's a once-a-year fee for businesses in the city to start up and go. For comparison, Furcrest has a business license fee of $75. Gig Harbor is $40. Lakewood is $60, and Tacoma has a variable rate of $25 up to $1,500. The city business and occupation tax, so a B&O tax, as all of you are aware, we do not currently have a B&O tax. That is similar to Furcrest, Gig Harbor, Lakewood, and us do not have B&O taxes. However, City of Tacoma does. Theirs is a variable B&O tax. It looks like it depends on the type of business and also the annual revenue. So when we looked at the different business types, it really varied. We went out and got the approximate costs that we could get to open the business, and also permit fees associated with that. That would include our city permits, and also we were able to find the sewer permitting fees. And for example, and we're not going to get into, I don't want to get into specific names of these businesses, but for instance, if you were going to, build something from the ground up, you're looking at what, for the ones we studied, well over $1 million, between $1 million and $2 million, and that doesn't include land costs to build a structure, put in the infrastructure, and open the space. But all the way down to existing spaces, there was an existing food establishment that went into an existing space, and there was no permit fees, and they just had equipment costs associated with opening up because they weren't doing any major changes to the building. Similar with some of the medical uses, they tend to have, even when they go into existing spaces, they're pretty expensive to do for all the equipment and different things they need to do to put into those spaces. However, small office uses, we found that we went and studied for some of the smaller office spaces. They many times didn't take any permits or anything from the city, just the business license, and then they could just come in, bring in some of their own equipment, desks, and open up. Similarly, would be like we looked at some of the gyms and fitness facilities. Similarly there, to go into a tenant space that's already existing, can be kind of pricey to do just based on the equipment that they use and to put in the infrastructure to finish off the space. To summarize, under the city-controlled costs. Our city permit fees are either in line or less than surrounding jurisdictions. And on average, for the permit fees, they average between 1% and 3% of the overall cost to open the business. Our review times for our permit fees, if somebody wants to open a business into an existing space and they need a tenant improvement permit, we pride ourselves on getting that first review done within 2 weeks of when they submit their application. And as the council might remember, also just regarding opening businesses with the regional growth center, we made some changes. The council approved changes to our use designations within our regional growth center, which actually opened up more business possibilities. We kind of streamlined that process. We consolidated some of the zones and allowed more things like restaurants and retail to go into certain areas where they weren't allowed by the zoning before. So the council opened up more business opportunities in that way. So those would be the city kind of controlled costs that we have. Kind of more significant barriers, I would say, to startup businesses revolve around finding an affordable space, either to buy or lease, negotiating those lease terms, and coming to an agreed upon price to be able to get in and open a space. So you have just trying to find a location costs. You have the sewer connection, sewer approvals, which are essentially out of the city control. You have all of your equipment costs and furniture costs, marketing, hiring, training staff, and financing of that overall to open a business. And that concludes my report.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Kevin.
Mayor, Council, if there's any questions for Kevin before we move on to the next item.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything seems far away here. Kevin, thank you for that update, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to make a minor correction when it came to restaurants. You said there's really minimal charges there, but for those folks that have restaurants, they still have the grease trap inspection fees. They have the vent inspection fees. They've got the signage fees for taking. They have to pay a fee to take down a sign and then a fee to put up a sign. That's never made any sense to me, but so those are added costs just to open a restaurant, in addition to what you said. So.
Yeah, the restaurants, there's restaurants that got built from the ground up was very, very expensive.
Right.
But there was an example of a restaurant that went into an existing space where there were no permit fees. I'd have to look into. I do not believe we not charge a permit to take down a sign, and you can replace a sign without a permit if you're just doing a face change to that sign. If it's a completely new sign, it does take a sign permit to comply with our zoning sign requirements.
I had two businesses that told me that they were charged a fee to take down the existing sign, which never made a lot of sense to me. But I do know the health department charges that grease trap, the vent fee, and there's another fee tied to it, which is expensive. So everything you said is absolutely correct, but there's some additional fees that makes it even more expensive for a business to open. Although we're happy with the businesses we have, and certainly I think with the program you laid out there, we can continue to encourage businesses to locate here in UP, because we are better than any other city around, hands down. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. My comments similar to Councilmember Fleming's around the fees. I hear a lot from businesses saying our fees are too high, and then the times when I dig into them, there are fees that I come across that aren't city's fees. They're county and a whole bunch of other things. And so is there a way, or can we be more clear about the fees themselves? Like, these are UP fees and these are fees from other folks. And we may do that. And one, and two, I know if I was a business, it would be less of a problem, less of interest to me to who's charging me the fee, because the fact it's still money out of my pocket. But there's still that point of us being accused of charging exorbitant fees when those aren't our fees. So can you, is staff looking at that, or can you talk to that, how we can differentiate?
It's a very valid point, and we hear that from the staff all the time, from applicants who come in. They lump all fees under one and say it's a city fee or say whatever. And a lot of times our permit fee, let's say was, I don't know, let's say it was $1,000 for a permit fee. However, they had a very exorbitant sewer connection charge because they needed a much higher capacity for that. And they got charged a very large fee for that based on the sewer capacity charges, which, you know, we don't have control over, but they kind of lump them together when they talk about it.
Yeah, they'll say the city charged me this sewer fee when it actually
We're
was.
very clear and transparent on the fees we charge when we issue a permit. It shows the plan review fee, the inspection fee, and so forth. The sewer is a separate permit issued by the sewer utility. We just get receipt of that before we issue the building permit. However, I totally agree, the communication there, sometimes they just lump it all together and say it might be a city fee.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess this is a comment from my colleagues. I mean, that's been an issue for the 12 years I've been at this dais, and I don't know how we correct it. I mean, and it's not so much correcting, because, as I said, if you're a business trying to start, it's money out of your pocket, no matter who it goes to, right? But there still is the downside is when people say, "Well, gee, it costs so much to do business, and because UP is charging me that." I mean, that's not accurate, and I don't.
Right, it isn't accurate. There are a number of other players. In our particular case, we don't issue sewer permits. Pierce County Utility Systems does. We don't issue water permits. That's done by the City of Tacoma's water system, who's our water purveyor. And both those numbers can be quite large depending upon the details. Yeah. I don't even think, I don't believe we collect the money for them. They have to go someplace else, make that payment, and show us a receipt, if I understand our process.
Correct. And just to be aware, I think that issue you brought up is a similar one probably heard in other jurisdictions as well, where the sewer utility provides the service, which they provided in not only unincorporated Pierce County, but several other surrounding incorporated areas.
Yep.
Well, I was going to go, and we'll now go to Councilmember Wood. So,
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple quick questions. You said the fees for the city roughly were 1% to 3% of total costs, startup costs. Do you have a picture of what percent are fees they pay to other jurisdictions, the county or anybody else? Rough, like if we charge them 1%, is there another like 3, 4, 5, 10% in fees that go elsewhere? Do you have any idea how that looks?
The breakdown that we provided, the 1% to 3%, did include the sewer fees. We were able to find those and include those sewer fees. However, I do not have a breakdown beyond that, because if it's a restaurant, there is a health department fee for that. That's based on the size. And the sewer fee, it's been my experience, it can vary pretty greatly depending on the situation, if it's a new use and a high capacity use, or if they have to install a grease interceptor, those sort of things. So it can vary. But the ones that we found, that the 1% to 3% did include the sewer costs associated with those out of the 23 that we reviewed.
Okay. And then second question, I'm first really happy to hear that you get to review within 2 weeks for initial review. That's amazing as far as I can tell. What is the long pole in the tent or the biggest barrier time-wise, not within the city, but from what you've heard in conversations with folk? Is it like a Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department permit? Is it a sewer hookup? Where do things slow down from what you've heard?
Yes, in the 2 weeks, the 2-week review time is for an existing space. If it's a new building, it'll take us a little longer if it's a new building. In general, it's been the sewer utility can slow things down because we can't issue our permit until they issue theirs for new uses. And sometimes things get bogged down there, let's just say. we have a good relationship with them, and we have some influence. We can talk to them, and we can do some things to help speed stuff up. And if we hear there's an issue, we help facilitate that issue to try to get it handled and resolved more quickly. However, once again, we don't have control.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, and with that, I think we're ready to move on to our, thank you, Kevin, I appreciate your comments. Excuse me, Steve, this is actually your report.
Sorry, Mayor. Just one quick item here. Just since the council's June retreat, staff's been working very hard on the community outreach officer and in preparing for the recruitment of that position, which the recruitment posting will go out in early 2024. And we've been purchasing equipment and building the framework to be ready to onboard this limited commission officer in the first quarter of 2024. So I just want to make that announcement. The police levy funded community outreach officer is being worked, and we should see something see that hopefully the onboarding in that position by the first quarter of 2024. With that, Mayor, it's my report.
All right, great. Thank you. Good news there. So we're going to move on to our council reports, and we'll start with Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to report just back from the National League of Cities City Summit in Atlanta last week. It was a lot warmer in Atlanta than it is here. It's a great conference. The National League of Cities, we had over 8,000 council members and mayors from across the country that was at the conference representing 49 different states. I never found out who that last state that didn't show up, but 49 different states. I concluded my year, as many of you know, that I served the National League of Cities as the chair of their Information Technology and Communications Committee, where we lobbied Congress on several things that pertains to local cities. One of which is the infrastructure bill, all the money that we had for infrastructure and buying technology and networking and broadband. We also have been talking with Congress about putting some safeguards around AI, which is going to impact government pretty heavily without those safeguards. And so there's going to be some work continuing in this 118th Congress, or whatever number they're on right now, starting. We put together 7 resolutions that we want Congress to adopt. And I would like to, I don't have them with me tonight, but I would like to bring them here, Mayor, and present them to you so that you can work with staff to see which ones may be appropriate for us at the city level that we can actually modify and adapt to help us as well. So all in all, it was a great conference. I'm glad my time as the chair is done and over with. It was quite a hectic year. And that concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Wood. Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Keel, by the way, thank you for taking a chairship with the National League of Cities. It's a big job, so, but it's great to have University Place there at that table. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I made sure everyone knew I was from University Place, Washington, every chance I got.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended, I did not go to National League of Cities, so instead I was at the Pierce County Regional Conference and represented our city there. What was covered was, first there's a presentation by Jody Ferguson, who's the Director of Department of Emergency Management for Pierce County. Gave a presentation just basically on the state of emergency management today, how it's changed over the last 20 or so years, how they're starting to work with the private sector or trying to work with the private sector more. Very good, a lot of good information there. Then we went into legislative priorities. If you happen to see the draft agenda, some of those priorities are listed in there. I'm not going to go into it. There's several. But only minor changes were made to that list. They added SR 162 and some other minor things that they wanted to make as legislative priorities. I do not have yet the final minutes that came out with what they finally wrote up and are sending in. Finally, they did election of officers for the PCRC and also for representatives to the PSRC, the Puget Sound Regional Council. The PCRC is going to still be chaired by Shannon Reynolds from, I think, Furcrest, and then Brandon Green is still the vice chair. The other positions, the board representatives to PSRC, I did not get them all written down. The one change is, though, is that I will be the alternate now to the Transportation Policy Board. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Good for you, and thank you for stepping up on that. That's very nice. Glad to have your help there. Let's see, and that brings us to Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Wood, for stepping up and going to the PCRC, but we were at the NLC. At the NLC, which I attended from Tuesday to Saturday, I went to different breakout workshops, and according to housing, housing stock, diversity, housing affordability, homeless, watershed and parks, and also the Oakland Cemetery for the history. But since we have a cemetery in our city, some of the things that we could do to augment that and make it kind of a fun open space to go to on occasion. And so I just happened to talk to one of the representatives from our local cemetery today, and so she was intrigued. So I talked to her more about it at a later date, and also got to experience the Beltline around Atlanta, which is like our necklace of trails that we're trying to build between the Kobayashi, our Chambers Creek watershed, and in that area. That included that Beltline it was going to be 22 miles when completed. It's going on an old railroad track around the city of Atlanta. It will have affordable housing, market rate housing, commercial restaurants, a little bit of light industrial, a lot of open space, and so you can get your bike or walk it. So it'll be nice when it's fully completed. It's about almost a half to 3/4 completed right now. And lastly, I attended the Veterans Day on November 11th, and that was initially threatening to be rainy, but it ended up being sunny, but a little chilly still, and it was a beautiful event to remember all those that have served in our military, and also a good reminder to really show them a lot of gratitude, love, and support, because, if you look at the dynamics of the world, they're certainly keeping the people that would do us harm away from our shores and our land, and with that, we are blessed because we can grow our infrastructure instead of repairing our infrastructure, do reconstruction that would cost billions of dollars. So I'm very thankful and honored that they have chosen to serve and protect our freedoms and our rights. And with that, I'll conclude my report.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Belisi.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended the Zoom meeting for the PCRC, and I got to tell you, PCRC is better in person than it is on Zoom. But I was filling in on behalf of Councilmember McCluskey, and it was nice to see the meeting and participate in it. I also attended some ribbon cuttings in the area for some businesses. Brassfields had a ribbon cutting to celebrate their new opening of their new spa here on the 7th of November. They had received a major flood last year in their spa, and so they had to do some unplanned rehab of their spa area sooner than they had anticipated. And I got to tell you, they really did a nice job in updating that spa and making it a very welcoming place for our residents and visitors to come and get a nice, relaxing time. So I want to thank them for investing their time and energy in their business, and community, and it was nice to see people come out and celebrate their success. On the 8th, Happy Duo, our cafe downstairs, had a ribbon cutting. It was the first ribbon cutting that they have since they moved into their new facility, and they were celebrating the opening of their kitchen. So Derek, the owner, is in the process of coming up with his menu and will be offering lunches. He's currently made a lot of homemade or on-site made soups. He's doing his own sandwiches, and he's slowly going to be moving into providing his own baked goods out of that kitchen. So if you are in our atrium or at City Hall and you're going to the library, I highly recommend that you go and try out his to die for chocolate cookies and his hambao that he makes on site, and even his soups. They are absolutely delicious. Just a reminder that there's a tree lighting coming December 1st from 5 to 7:30. The tree's already up on the Market Square. I can't wait to have the lights go on the 1st. That'll be the first real legitimate way to celebrate Christmas. I personally don't even begin to think about it before the day after Thanksgiving. So I am dying because I want my tree up and my decorations going. The Friends of UP Library are having a book sale on Saturday the 25th from 10 to 6 p.m. This is an opportunity to get wonderful books for gifts for Christmas and to support the library. The proceeds of these book sales go to enhance the budget of the library. And stuff is usually very well priced, and I see people going out with bags and boxes of books. So put that on your calendar. And to keep up with the theme of emergency preparedness and response, my husband, my mom, and I are all graduates of the first South Sound 911 Citizen Academy. It was a 6-week course that ended with us being able to have a sit-along in the 911 center, going from the intake to the dispatchers and seeing how the system works. And again, if you have that opportunity, there will be future classes. I highly recommend getting yourself educated on South Sound 911 and all the services it has to offer, and kind of the information you need to provide to be an effective caller into the system, and why they ask all the loaded questions they do. It was definitely very interesting to hear it from the call taker's perspective and see how that call goes through the dispatch and how dispatchers turn that call over to either police or fire or medical, and how they further enhance that information as the call is going through the system. Those call takers at South Sound 911 are a special lot. It takes a very special person to be able to listen to the call, ask the questions, type 150 words a minute, and to assess the situation, all while carrying on conversations with your coworkers and not miss a beat. I was just flabbergasted at the talent that these men and women have in that center, and how much information they have to know that's not on the 3 huge screens in front of them, but the system that they have to know, and how intimately involved they are in working through your 911 call. So again, if it gets announced through South Sound 911, I suggest signing up for it. So, thank you.
All right, very good, thank you. And that sounds just fascinating. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. PCRC, Councilman Wood attended in my behalf, and I asked him not to nominate me for the PSRC, which was successful. Thank you very much that you got me out of that. And I did serve 2 years on the PSRC and really enjoyed it. And I thought I brought some value to the council and to the city on that. And so Beyond that, I did attend several ribbon cuttings. I won't go into all the details. I think Councilmember Melisi went through that. And so the next one is the NLC. 3 days of sessions of sorts, but the one that really was a standout for me was the drones. There was a manufacturer that's one of the key manufacturers that make U.S.-made drones for the government, for the Department of Defense, right out of Seattle. And the session was how can municipalities utilize drones for different purposes, and which I found to be very, very useful, and I hope to bring it to the council next year as a study session to look at how those can be utilized here. The other one was on drones was the FAA, which regulates the airspace and everything else, and drones to a certain degree, and provided quite a bit of information. If a city is going to pass an ordinance, then they provided quite a bit of information about what those ordinances should look like, and certainly really recommended highly that we pass those ordinances, or to be able to provide feedback to us by submitting our proposed ordinances to them first. So things like that, and I think that that is the wave of the future in so many areas when it comes to municipalities providing public safety, code compliance, all kinds of other things when it comes to running the city. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that. Councilmember Fleming, I apologize. I inadvertently skipped over you, and I'm sure you have something you'd like to share with us here.
I know it's very far down here. Just a couple of quick comments. First and foremost, I just want to say what a privilege and an honor it is to serve our community and the citizens that call University Place home. And I just wanted to thank them again for an opportunity to serve again. So that for me personally is a big deal. Also wanted to recognize Councilmember-elect Grassi, who's with us tonight out there in the audience. So welcome to the chamber. We're happy to have you here. Like the other council members, had the opportunity to go to the National League of Cities. I want to say, because Councilmember Kent serves on that board, this meeting this year, hands down, was far better than the one we attended last year. Far better organized, more meaningful information and tools that council members from across the country could use. Like the other council members, we attended workshops. I got to attend a workshop for addressing homelessness in our cities. I attended the integrated public safety, which takes they were taking a holistic approach to provide public safety in the communities, and then housing stability for our communities also. How to address the middle, what do they call those, middle homes? Middle housing within the cities. I went with Councilmember McCluskey over to Oakland. What she didn't mention is that they made or I guess she did mention it, they turned their cemetery into a city park, which is highly impressive, and boy, is it ever visited and used. But it's also a historic cemetery from the standpoint it has the Civil War, Confederate war dead that are buried there, as well as a lot of celebrities that are buried in that cemetery. And then lastly, had the opportunity to attend the annual business meeting. I knew, Councilmember Kent, you were going to ask for it, and here it is, the business summary. So if you need it, I'll pass it down to you to highlight those things. But very well done. Had an opportunity to hear you speak on the initiatives, the resolutions you had for IT. Very, very well done with that. And then my last comment I would like to ask, and this is of the city manager, at some point, if we could get just a staff briefing with the development that's gone up in the AMC Center. Those structures at a glance do not look like anything that was presented to the council when it came to design standards. I'm curious how they were able to build that, and it doesn't even resemble anything of what our city standards are. So just get maybe some information from the staff on what that looks like today, how we got there, and where we plan to go with it. So with that, those are all my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Well, thank you, Councilmember Fleming. Appreciate that. And again, sorry I jumped over you there. Didn't mean to, but I think the flight is catching up with me. And which is to say, I also attended the National League of Cities Conference. It was a pleasure and opportunity to be able to do that. Some of the sessions I attended involved artificial intelligence, a presentation by a vice president with Google that helped get a sense of what we as a jurisdiction, as local governments in general, and could potentially do with such things. And it is could be very helpful, and it is continues to be very scary too. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that, but it was a chance to hear some things on the bleeding edge of that issue. And some of the general sessions as well were also very well done. National speakers, very well motivating. We saw some of the captains of industry in the Northwest area, but there in Atlanta, for example, the CEO of Starbucks was there to talk to us about some of the things they have going on the way that they're approaching their work efforts there. But certainly worthwhile, and Atlanta was a very welcoming city, and they have an impressive mayor who we had a chance to have a fireside chat with as well. But I have some other things I wanted to touch on, and I'm running just a little shy on time, so let me jump into some of those. One is last week I was selected for the third time to be the chair of the Rainier Communications Commission, so I have one more year, and at the end of that year, it's certainly my intention that we will have a new interlocal agreement established with all the jurisdictions are well underway. We're very, very close now, but we have a year to, it'll take probably a year to get ratification. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, Councilmember Fleming are past RCC chairpeople. Councilmember Lisi, were you on RCC as well? Okay, all right, but I don't know if there's other RCCers. Okay. It's all right. Three's good. But we'll continue on with that. It was also my honor to attend Veterans Day, and it is such a special place that the community has created there, and this is the perfect day to recognize veterans and their contributions to our community and to our nation. And so it's a great spot, whether it's Veterans Day or whether it's Tuesday. It doesn't, in a sense, matter. It's just a great place to reflect about the contributions the veterans in our communities have made. Additionally, I do have a little bit of business of sorts. So, Council, we've had a busy year. We've been able to meet our primary goals in terms of as we've worked through our agenda, we've worked through budget issues and such. It is our tradition to not have the second meeting in December. But we don't have to not have it. We could have it. However, before I put that on the agenda for potential approval next week or next regular meeting, which is the 4th, and this would be to not hold the December 18th meeting. Is there any objection from council? You want to, shall we move forward with that and keep that tradition going at this particular point? Okay.
I object to anybody's objection.
Well, I think we'll find our way on the agenda. We can decide actually what you want to do then. But I wanted to most likely put it on a consent, and if you choose to take it off, we can sure talk about that. And I think with that, I'm going to try and get us into our into our study session, and where we'll be hearing about. Well, actually, let's move to study session. I'll tell you about it. So we close the regular meeting. We're now opening our study session, and it's the time of year when we get to hear work plan proposals from our various citizen advisory commissions. We'll start with the Public Safety Commission, and we'll move on from there. There, now it's live, and it does need to be pretty close, so.
Okay. Well, good evening. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of our chair this evening. Just like to start very briefly with a few highlights from 2023. Was a very busy year to date, mostly during the first quarter, working on the police levy and participating with the meetings with the chief, joint meeting with the various commissions in the city, and then the focus groups as well, which are all very beneficial and provided us with a lot of good information. Presentations during the year, a very thorough fire and EMS presentation from Chief Sharp, corrections issues and jail concerns from Patty Jackson, and Matt gave us a very detailed view of homelessness and the issues concerning homelessness most recently. And several of our members also participated in the National Night Out, as I'm sure council members did as well. Looking over our work plan for 2024, we relied on the results of the 2020 flash vote survey, which you have in your packets, to guide the development of the work plan, focusing on traffic safety and pedestrian safety, parks safety, and continued community outreach. I should also note that I noticed in the most recent flash vote on future planning, public safety was listed as the number 1, and traffic management as the number 3 most mentioned concerns from those that participated in the survey. Looking at the spreadsheet, I won't go through every one in detail, but you can see what we have planned throughout 2024, an update on prosecutions and how that system works. I'd like to spend a lot of time on officer wellness and peer support, the resources that are available, and the wellness program that is being developed within the department, as well as getting a co-responder presentation from Pierce County. In the first quarter, again, following up on that flash vote survey, with council's permission, we would like to arrange a focus group to talk about traffic and pedestrian safety. Moving on to the second quarter and beyond, looking for a joint meeting with the Parks Commission to talk about public safety within the parks, resources that we can provide or can consider providing. Anecdotally, many of our members have heard concerns about Kobayashi Park, and we'd like to focus on that, including a walkthrough. Obviously, we'll wait until the weather turns a little bit better, work with staff on that as well. So we anticipate several meetings, walking through, talking with staff, having follow-ups. Probably take a couple meetings to come up with some recommendations based on the concerns that we have heard. In terms of public safety, public education, and community engagement, continue to work with council and the public safety staff to gather information and share that with you, support the police department and West Pierce Fire, of course, engage in as many communications as we possibly can, and support you with whatever you would provide for us in terms of a mandate. So thank you for your continued support of the commission. We've been very active and look forward to 2024.
Okay, great. Well, Ms. Whipple, thank you. Appreciate you coming in and sharing those thoughts. Well, the council may have some comments here in just a moment. But it has been a very active year. The commission that you serve on, I think, has really dug in and helped made this their own in a sense, but with understanding of council and direction too. So I appreciate that. I'm going to ask council their comments, and then I'll have one suggestion to think about on your work plan. Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to commend you on all your hard work your commission has done in regards to the police levy. Wholeheartedly appreciated, and I'm very grateful that you took the baton and, you marched along through thick or thin. And so I just want to congratulate you on a well-done job.
Thanks.
I'd also like to thank you on a well-done job laying out your goals in 3 different formats, and also the data to support what you're driving towards as well, and the use of the flash vote. So it sounds like you're very data-driven, which I like, because, when you come to making legislative policies, it's nice to have that grounding foundation of the data and to going forward, and that's, pretty much what I look at too. So thank you for doing that. And so really good use of tools and outreach. Traffic safety and pedestrian as well is always my focal point, especially pedestrians, how they maneuver organically in and out of the city, because they're not always good at following the sidewalks or the lines. So looking at how to make them safer, and pedestrians as well as those that are non-motorized, bicycles and things of that, the segways, whatever. The scooters have sometimes come from the city of Tacoma into our city, some of those. And I'm very interested in tracking the auto accidents, especially at different intersections, figuring out the trends. I know we can't legislate accidents out, but I think there's certain things that we could do that can make it a little safer for that. I talked to Jack Eklund about some of my interest in going forward in that in 2024 myself as a council member, so I'm really happy to see that you're taking up that charge there. And the other thing is the clear line of sight, especially in residential communities. They are starting to get compromised. And also on some of our corridors that are not sidewalked, there's some barriers within encroachment of vegetation, that's easy fixes or whatever, to do that sort of analysis. The other thing, the park safety is a big deal, especially Kobayashi, so thank you for taking that one up, because that's going to be my focus in 2024 as well, because we spend millions of dollars on that corridor, and I want to ensure that it's safe and people are encouraged to use it, and they're not afraid to use it, and how that is used as well, with some large group of people that could sometimes take over the park area there. The other component I'm going to look at is health and all policies to ensure the health and well-being, and that we look at maybe when you partner with the Planning Commission, when we do these multi-level apartments and things, looking at how the large group of people coming together to live collectively can have a place to release some of their tension and open space around their own community, so they don't have to get in their cars or take their kids in their cars and go to a park, because that's going to ensure a lot of mental health well-being as well. And then they can connect with whoever's living in that complex in a very, casual environment, which is essentially important to keeping our crime down and our behavioral and mental health. So I will be looking at those things in 2024 myself. So thank you for taking that up. Community outreach, love that. Love the grass. And also curious on how that was created. The graph that you have in here, it's 3 circles intersecting each other.
Thank you,
Got
Councilmember
my
Wood.
attention. So where I see the intersection here, I'm assuming that these are the points where you're going to engage those other entities. It's not really spelled out in that little flower that's developing there?
That's the tool we used to have the discussion about where the commission's work is, right?
Okay. Nice job. Thank you. And with that, I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Belisi, and then Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, well thought out plan. I look forward to participating as a citizen come next year and keeping engaged. One thing for my fellow council members and for the Public Safety Commission that you might want to consider either forwarding on or discussing at your retreat is I came across a recent ordinance that Marysville had passed in regards to repeat offenders and automatic sentencing. I think, given that our police, although we did pass pass our property tax for increased police funding, I think it's something that we should seriously look at different ways of being able to enhance what our police officers do, and maybe a thoughtful and considered study of that ordinance and how we could make it our own, given that we do have our own prosecutor and attorney, that it might help to send the message out there to our repeat low-level criminals and give our police some pats on the back for doing a good job in getting some of these people to stay out of our community. But I would like to see our Public Safety Commission look at some unique ways that we might be able to take charge of some of our local regulations and not have to rely on the prosecutor to take these guys off the street and get the message out there that we mean business in UP. But thank you. And again, I challenge the council to think of it. And I know our attorney right now is sweating bullets going, oh my God. Yeah. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to, actually, a lot of my comments kind of echo Councilmember McCluskey, so if I get repetitive, I apologize. But first, thank you again, especially for the levy support. That's huge for this city going forward, and I can't wait to see the effects as we finally are able to hire those officers. Second, again, great use of flash vote. I know the Public Safety Advisory Commission is not always the most attended meeting by the public. In fact, it's a rare day when somebody shows up. And so using that as a means to actually get what the public is thinking is awesome. Really appreciate that. Third, traffic safety. In addition to, I heard of kind of like two separate kinds of traffic safety problems when I've been out talking with the community. One is, of course, people zipping up and down Bridgeport or other streets, drag racing. That's clearly a law enforcement issue, and I think we're on track there. I'd also encourage you to work with Public Works on areas that may need, like intersections that need a redesign, just to have traffic calming devices put in place. It doesn't always have to be a police officer with a radar gun. It can be a traffic circle or something like that. Just think about alternative solutions when you're looking at traffic safety to help doing that. And I'm thinking of the issue of the intersection at 35th and Grandview. Been a fatality accident there and some other stuff. Public Works is already on that one, but you don't need to revisit that one necessarily. But I'm sure that's not the only place that could use a revisit. And then fourth, park safety. Again with Kobayashi, you probably weren't here, but a few months ago we had a neighborhood come to us fighting a connection to that beautiful trail network that's being built, because they are very concerned about the people who are using the trail network right now as a home. And to me, that's a shame. I mean, there's other issues they're concerned with as well, but I would really love it if our parks could be safe to the point where our community members don't fear them. And so if we can get to that point, anything you can do to get us help us get there, I'd very much appreciate. That concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just ditto on what my colleagues have said around traffic and park safety and all those things. Definitely something that we need to work on. I'm glad that is in your report. I'd like to add also to say that all with the new monies that we have in, there's some great opportunities particularly with our COO position. There may be some things that you as a commission could work with staff on alleviating some of the routine things that officers do now. And I know that we're already thinking of that. They're already thinking of that now. But to put the commission's spin on that, I think would be another enhancement to some thought around how we could best leverage that. And then also the other position that we've always had, and I just lost the position. The lady that does all the code enforcement, thank you. The code enforcement position too, there's probably some things with that position that we can fold into the whole mixture as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Keel. Okay. All right, a couple of quick things in my part, but appreciate the council's various council members' comments. Two that I wanted to add is I believe you've been, as a commission, interfacing a good deal with the Parks Commission and having those liaison roles, particularly when you're talking about Kobayashi, between the function of Parks from the Parks Commission's perspective and ways that we can enhance the safety there and perhaps other places as well. So continuing with that liaison work is important, I believe, as well. Councilmember Keel touched on the community outreach officer. That was on my mind. But on this particular case, more of a telling the story than necessarily a listening post, which is help us get information out about, through the commission members, about how we're rolling out officers, first community outreach officers, then later, as people become identified, selected, trained, and ready to hit the streets, how that process works out. And we can use help so our citizens know how their dollars are appropriately being used there. We have that message to deliver ourselves, but it's a fair-sized community. We can all work on that, and certainly I think this falls in my world at least, it seems to fall on the public safety realm. And clearly I know many of your members are keenly interested in that issue. And so, thank you. What I'm hearing, though, is the work program that you've articulated very well, given us some timelines too, is something this council is generally, if not more than generally, quite interested in. So we'll look forward to considering that at, I believe, our next meeting. So, thank you, Mr. Whipple, and thank you, your commission, too.
Thank you very much. Yes, they were very good. Thank you for your comments.
That's going to bring us on to the Economic Development Advisory Commissions.
Good evening. Am I close enough?
Yeah, okay. Close enough.
All right.
It's good to check, though.
I'm Michael Gruner. I'm the chair of the Economic Development Advisory Commission, and I thank you for the time to present our work plan for 2024. The work plan revolves around the strategies designed to support the City Council's 2023-24 goal number 2, which is to utilize targeted strategies with focused efforts to grow and strengthen the business community. The first 3 work plan items support this goal in a general way by strengthening the Commission's relationships with, number 1, the business community, through attendance at various events facilitated by economic development staff, including ribbon cuttings and networking events like Partner Up and the home-based business receptions. Number 2, with the Planning Commission, by including a liaison from the Planning Commission at each EDAC meeting. The Planning Commission often deals with issues that affect the business community. The EDAC has the opportunity to provide feedback and keep current on Planning Commission work. And number 3, with the update of the city's comprehensive plan. This document sets the direction for city growth and development for the future, including the development of our business community. The next 2 work plan items relate specifically to Council Goal number 2, Area of Focus 1, the district sub-area plans. The EDAC will participate with the Planning Commission in the development of sub-area district plans for the 27th Street Business District, and at the end of 2024, beginning work on the plan for the Town Center Business District. The last work plan item relates specifically to Council Goal 2, Area of Focus 3, which is wayfinding signs. This project, which will result in a wayfinding signage plan for the city, has kicked off this fall, and completion is anticipated by June of 2024. And as always, we stand ready to add any items to our work plan as the council desires. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gruner. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I've enjoyed your Commission's participation at the various events we have, ribbon cuttings, the partner up, as you mentioned. Folks stay engaged and help us understand what's happening in our business community. So appreciate that. But we're going to hear some comments from council. I think Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa was the first hand, followed by Councilmember McCluskey, Councilmember Belisi, and then Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and as always, you do a lot of work and have a full plate for the upcoming year, and which is good. It should never be boring. We wouldn't be seeing you guys back again applying for this commissions.
Never boring.
But I do have on when you said that you bring a business perspective to planning projects. In the interest of time, I don't mean to have you dig that out now, unless you can fairly quickly. But certainly would like to get a list of those perspectives that you've given to the planning for planning projects. I'm really interested in know what those perspectives have been throughout the year.
Sure. I'm definitely not prepared right now.
And that's fine. No problem. And I figured that, but I think that will be of interest. I'm not sure if the rest of the council will be of interest, but you might want to go ahead and supply it. But certainly I'm interested in knowing what that was. And then from the staff perspective, and this would be that what was done with those perspectives. Thrown away, utilized, what happened? So, okay. And the second is that when you said you kicked off in September and the wayfinding signs, you kicked it off in September 2023. Unless I missed something, I don't remember a kickoff. So what happened? What was the kickoff?
The kickoff was just the starting of the discussion of it.
Oh, I thought I thought that was discussed way before that.
Oh, my apologies.
So can you explain? Okay, Kevin, you look like you're ready to answer that, so go for it.
Yeah, the city's wayfinding signage plan, we did hire a consultant. And
that kickoff.
Yeah, we kicked off with the consultant. The EDAC will get involved after the draft is done here in the next month or so, and then we'll be taking that to the EDAC in probably the first quarter of next year.
So with that, when you say June, that would be what is it anticipated in June for the commission to be done? Will there work on this, or for the signs to actually be up?
We anticipate the plan being done. No signs would probably be up by that time. The EDAC would probably finish their work on it prior to that, and we would be hoping to have something to present to council by that time, by June.
Okay, maybe there'll be another discussion, but it's been a frustration, at least for me, that has been a very long process for this consultant contractor to get on board to tell us what signs and all that. It's just it's been a long time. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your service too in this commission and all your other commissioners as well. It's an important economic driver to have the pulse of our business community, what's working and what's not. So certainly appreciate all your efforts in regards to that. I just want to, if there's any chance, sometimes you can't go door to door to the businesses, but just do a specific flash vote, and so you can glean some information, because as we know, the business sector changes very quickly and unexpectedly at times, does those great shifts, so that the commission can keep on top of what's currently going on without doing a lot of legwork. And also what the citizens would like too in their for economic development as well, especially in the development out of the 27 business district and the 27 business district corridor that I think needs a little bit of massaging, and I'm glad that's on your work plan too, because it's sort of stagnating right now with some of those things that are going on. Even though there's some great things happening there, I think we can augment that a little bit more. And the other thought I'd like to just throw out to you is that if you think of any actionable items or specific ideas that the commission would like to work on that would have a benefit to the business sector, to put it in a proposal up to the city council so that it can have a grassroots, bottom-up approach. And you have a lot on your plate this time with some of the district sub-area plans, but there's always something that populates up, I'm sure, during the year that I would like to see coming up, and that will, spark my attention and bring a lot of excitement to me. I love new ideas. So,
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Polisi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gruner, for your participation on this Economic Development Commission. It's always a pleasure to see you and other commissioners at ribbon cuttings and at these partner-ups talking with the business owners, because I know they oftentimes feel a little bit uneasy talking with city representatives about issues and concerns. And I know it's something that we have struggled with here on council the 13 years that I've been on council. I would love the Economic Development Commission to just sit down and come up with a plan of action of how they are going to encourage new businesses and how they're going to support existing businesses. What do our existing business owners want in our community from the city, or what do they want to do that we might be able to support, i.e. forming a chamber of commerce maybe, or an merchants association that's specifically devoted to UP businesses. I think it's, after the amount of years that we've been incorporated, it's about time that we do something that is meaningful for our business community, and it's not often easy to get that information from them. So get together with your commissioners and along with Councilmember McCluskey's thing, come up with some creative ideas or a plan of action of how we can engage our businesses. Given that the majority of our businesses are home-based businesses, it's been a real challenge and struggle, I know, for staff here to figure out what we can do to encourage them. And the small mom-and-pop brick and mortar businesses, what do they need to make things successful for them? And how are we going to get the information out to our residents so that they begin to support our local businesses? But again, thank you. It's always wonderful to have citizens involved in our community and do great things. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, certainly. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, Michael, I just want to say thanks again to you and your family for the years of service to this city. You've been there from the beginning, and here you are tonight, so thank you for what you do for the city. I want to open my comments by saying I did not collaborate with Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, but I think our thoughts are very much aligned. The first thing I wanted to share with you is both my frustration and disappointment with regards to the wayfinding signs. We started that conversation 4 years ago when I first came back on council, and we are no further ahead today than we were back then. And I don't understand, I really don't, why it has taken so long to get just simple signage up to tell people where things are and really promote our community. So I was excited when you said 2024 it's going to be here, and then I was disappointed when I heard it's probably not going to happen. I just don't understand why it takes so doggone long to get some signs put up to help citizens find their way around our community. I also just wanted to understand, about this providing the business perspective on potential impacts. Translate that to English for me. What does that really mean when we say that?
I'm sorry, can you tell me where you're referring to?
I'm referring to, it looks like bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, under support of City Council's goals number 2, area of focus, and the district sub-area plans. Would be like line 1, 2, 3, line 3.
I'm sorry, I'm completely lost here.
Oh, that's okay. Take your time.
Would you mind reading the paragraph you're referring to?
So the paragraph reads, participate with the Planning Commission in its development of sub-area district plans for the 27th Street Business District to further implement the Regional Growth Sub-Area Plan. And then it says, provide business perspective on potential impacts.
Okay, so plain English would be not only the members of the EDAC that own their own businesses and providing impact from a personal perspective of their own, but also being able to communicate with different businesses in the community and to see what the plan and how the plan will affect them as well.
Okay. And then along those lines, has the commission taken a look or a survey or an inventory of the types of businesses we have in University Place, and then what types of businesses are missing to kind of round out our business community, and then what plans would we have to try to encourage those businesses, perhaps those types of businesses, to locate within our community?
Have we done that?
Yeah.
We went over a survey, I believe, earlier this year on the types of businesses that are in the community, and I don't know if there was a glaring absence. I mean, I know we got a whole lot of dentists, so there's definitely no absence of dentists. But I don't recall there was any glaring absence or a missing segment.
Okay. I'm not implying there is or isn't. I'm just wondering if we have taken that survey and just to see if we have those gaps, what type of gaps are they, and have we taken, or do we have a plan, or are we thinking of a plan on filling those gaps?
I see. Yeah, like I said, I think we went over it. I believe we went over it this summer, and again, there were no glaring gaps that were shown.
Okay. Thank you very much. And again, thanks for everything you do.
Absolutely.
Very good. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one comment of Councilmember Belisi's I'd really like to echo is I like the idea of a chamber of merchants association. We're a city of 35,000 people. I know Tacoma Pierce County Chamber represents our city, but honestly, businesses in Pierce County or in Tacoma have different concerns and needs than businesses here in UP. And I'd really love it if we could capture what those needs and interests are of our local businesses in some way like that. Second, I'm also very interested in the 27th Street Business Plan. Looking forward to what comes out with that. That's going to be big for our city. And then finally, creative ideas. Again, I mean, maybe look into the idea, could we support a business incubator or something like that here? Would that be help generate new businesses or new types of businesses into our city?
Sure.
Something like that I think might be interesting to look at. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, very good. And Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. So my colleagues mentioned two things that I was going to mention, and I'll just underscore them again. And one being a survey on what might be missing in our city as far as a business type. Like you said, and we all know, we have a lot of dentists. You know, there's probably some other types of businesses that may be missing. I'm going to make up something. It's probably ridiculous, but like a car dealership or something would be something like that, right? So, and I know we don't have the space for that, but that's the gist of what I'm talking about. And
Sure.
the staff did a study a few years back on available property, and I can't, the city manager and others, we hired a consultant out of Oregon. I do remember that much. And he came in and he had a spreadsheet and looked at all the property, and we did some slicing and dicing on, what property was available, how much it might have cost, and I think that's maybe some information that we could actually offer to, some potential businesses too as well, as to how they, if someone may be trying to relocate. I know at one point REI was looking for a new building. They did, and we were being considered. They didn't pick us, but there are other opportunities like that, I think, that would be coming down. And it would be good if we were in a position that we were focused on something like that, that we could actually be a place that people like that could consider using. We could say, hey, this property at this location, here's what it is, here's the size, here's all the stuff that they look for, that if we could be prepared for something like that. And the last thought that I had on this was, in the town center, I know staff and council, we've been talking about parking and parking meters, and I know, and someone just is having a heart attack right now, but I know that we've had that discussion, and at this dais, there's difference of opinion about should we or should we not do that, and I know staff's got their opinion on it, but I think it would be really interesting to have your commission to look into that and give an opinion. I know that at least what we heard from the businesses in the town center, they would like it because it gives them their turnover and all that business stuff that they know and look at. But it'd be great to have your commission put an oar in the water to kind of give us another perspective for us to consider going forward.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
We did discuss the parking meters already, and we didn't take a formal vote, but I believe everyone at the meeting that day was in favor of the parking meters.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Well, that's great. I maybe I missed it, but I didn't hear something formal coming from the commission that it was a thumbs up. So if it did, I missed it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. And so I do want to thank you, Mr. Bruner, for the help and for the commission. Couple of quick things I want to touch on. So we talked about, are we missing some businesses, and there's things that are sometimes talked about as retail leakage studies, and those are pretty straightforward and simple. The problem isn't figuring out where the gap is. It's what are you going to do about it? Yeah. Because there's a reason we don't have auto dealers here. If we don't have the exposure, we don't have the traffic, we're not going to get an auto dealer here. We don't need to spend time on that. We need to figure out where there's gaps that we can be strategic about. So, and I use that as one small example, but the retail leakage studies could be a possibility. I think the first question is, when I get the information, how can I use that to change my community to make it better? And also maybe there's a way there. The feasibility study Councilmember Keel mentions is a good one. It goes back about, I think, 6 years, and we were looking at sort of some economic feasibility and what our costs were, and that could be a tool of interest at some stage. But the reality is, in my mind, I don't want to get too much in economics here, but at 7% interest rate or higher, we're not going to get a lot of growth. It's a great time to plan. It's a poor time. We're not going to get a lot of investment in the current environment, but it is an opportunity for us to be ready when the investment environment shifts. So, and that's what I think our opportunities myself are. Okay, enough about that, but I do want to thank you, and I do appreciate the work you've done, and we have I do recall your group made some contributions to the parking study, and I also want to be clear to the public, we're not putting meters all over town. This is a targeted program specific to a parking demand around the street levels of what we think of as the town center here. And it's a common problem, and it's a common solution as well. So I believe those are on order, and we'll see them in the spring with any luck. So, all right.
Okay, Mayor?
If anything else on your side? No. Oh.
Mayor?
Okay, and then in which case, if I have second chances, it's going to be Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, then Councilmember McCluskey, and whoever else would like a second chance. But I am running long. So.
Okay, I just want clarity with Councilmember Keel's comment. I don't believe you're talking about, do you want our Economic Development Commission marketing, right, to go in after, like, oh, it's good to have an REI, let's go market and do that. So you're just suggesting that they do what? Just do the, I'm trying to understand your comment.
So, no, definitely don't want them out marketing
Right.
this. My comment had to do with them taking a look at the environment within the city, the properties that we have that are available. If you recall, staff did something that with the consultant where they did some spreadsheet and had, I don't know, I can't remember the number, it's in the thousands or hundreds of
Right.
properties that were available.
Right.
And I'm suggesting that the Economic Commission get connected to that data and then information and have stuff ready in case if people come to us and they're looking for a place to site, then that commission will have that information that they can provide and give to them. And then the city with staff through the right proper processes could use that data to talk with those potential companies.
Oh, okay. Do you think that's more of an administrative action?
Yeah, administration is going to do the work, but if the commission, just like all of our commissions do, they give a citizen's view of input into some administrative stuff. I mean, public safety is administrative. You know, I think, you know, all of those things, all the commissions.
Oh, yeah,
have
I'm just talking
administrative.
about what you had suggested, so I understand, so thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, council members. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
No, in the interest of time, we need to move on. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And we will do that then. We're coming up on the Parks Commission. Thank you, Mr. Gruner. Appreciate your good help.
Hello, I'm Amy Wolf, the chair of the Park Advisory Commission, and I'm going to go over our 2024 work plan. So for this year, our number one, or one of our priorities will be to discuss park maintenance staffing, and kind of look at ideas, options for getting some more employees for the Parks Department, because they, right now don't have very many employees, so maybe figuring out some way to come up with options for that. We're also going to be discussing assisting with the Cirque Park master plan, which in 2023 we assisted with selecting the consultant to put together the master plan. So now we're just going to keep going along and seeing how that's progressing for 2024. We're also going to be getting involved with the Safety Commission to discuss the issues at Kobayashi Park, with the crime issues that have happened there. Number 4, we're also going to be assisting the staff with selecting a consultant for the Paradise Pond Master Plan, Paradise Pond Park Master Plan. Number 5, we're going to be also helping to select a consultant for the Creekside Park Master Plan. Number 6, also we will be discussing the youth sports and recreation programs in UP and possibilities for how to bring back some parks, some sports and recreation programs. Maybe we do like a hybrid system with Furcrest or Metro Parks, and that way so that we can have some park and rec programs for the city. And then any other issues that the council wants the commission to go over for 2024, we can add that to our list or modify as needed. 2023, we, we're going over the same things. We're anxiously awaiting for Homestead Park to get constructed, hopefully next year. And then we also assisted the staff with any other park issues. The current apple orchard, we did the restroom study for that. And so, yeah, if you want to add anything else to the list, I can do that. That's all I have right now. Thanks.
All right, good. Well, Chair Wolf, thank you for putting the plan together. You've got it laid out here with a timeline to it that helps us, and we get a sense of what you have in front of you, and appreciate the good effort there, some planning activities and looking at a variety of different ways. I, for one, am curious about how we, as things progress in the CERC CERC Park study, I should say, and see how that plays out. There's a number of options, many good ideas. It's a matter of making choices as to what will fit and be the long-term success there. With that, I'll entertain Councilmember Wood, then Councilmember McCluskey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments quick. Thank you so much for this, by the way. I like the plan. A couple things. Well, first, the comment on the youth sports and recreation. Obviously, I'm a big fan of this. I'm glad you're looking into it. I would suggest you really look, though, at, you mentioned a hybrid program, which is, I think, the way to go. There's a lot of, I will say, differing opinions on council about where we should go with this or how we should go, but I think the key word we're looking for is sustainable. Don't go big and present something that just cannot be sustained long-term through cost or expense. I would be happy with just a, dog's nose under the tent flap kind of approach to this to start with if it just gets us started. Anything that can get us rolling.
Yeah.
And speaking of dogs, that was the second comment. I think it was last year or was it the year prior, you all ran a flash vote about what people wanted to do with parks. And as I recall, one of the things that came up several times on the flash vote was a dog park. I don't know how, I don't know where, I don't even know if it's possible. But if there's a way we could start looking at finding a place for people to bring their dogs to just run off leash, that doesn't mean, because right now they have to go down to Stillicum, I think, is the nearest place for them to do it.
Or Chambers.
Oh, Chambers? Oh, well, that's right, there is one down in Chambers. Perhaps one at the top of the hill, but an off-leash dog park somewhere that people could go to as well.
Yeah. No, I think the city could benefit from having a dog park.
So anyway, thank you. Those are my two comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McCluskey.
All right, thank you. Well, I concur with Councilmember Wood, except for the dog park piece to it. I think if we want to augment what's going on at Chambers Bay with Pierce County, I think increasing some of those amenities and expanding that out as well could be a possibility there. Dogs can go in all of our parks, but I'd like to see them leashed so that people feel safe going in. I know there's, especially at Paradise Pond, they like to have them off leash, and I've been jumped on by dogs, which, I don't really like. Dogs are cute, and I like to pet them, but I don't want them jumping on me because they're not on leash. And I would like health in all policies, especially with our parks. And the health department can help you with that if there's any questions on the...
What policy?
Health in all policies. So when you're thinking about coming to any outcomes, then thinking about the health component to that. It also will align with our Growth Management Act component too.
Okay.
To keep that in mind. And then I am really encouraged that you're going to work all year on our youth sports and recreation, and the liaison with FERCRIS is great, but I like to hear other options and creative approaches to hopefully bring a resolution to that, and we can do some sort of a recreation within our city boundaries. And thank you for the status on updates on all the park projects going on. It's a good reminder of where we're at and all the good grants and all the work that we're doing. And thank you for being advisory and all that, and your commission as well. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, followed by Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind council that this is a work plan presentations and comments on the actual presentation, and to keep it to that point is I don't believe it, and I don't feel that it is a time to create new ideas and workload that has not, and the true process that this council agreed and is in our policies is to do study sessions and provide a resolution with direction on what we want them to be looking at. And I feel really uncomfortable when certain suggestions are made, start looking at this dog park or whatever it is that we've been doing, not only to this commission, but other commissions, and because that's not our process. And so let me just finish, please.
Okay.
I have the floor. I didn't interrupt you. And so I think it's important that we keep to our process that we voted on, and not start making suggestions. I think is out of place. It is bothersome. And so with that, I do like to, on that youth sports and recreation, I'd like to, is that part of the workload that we gave to the city staff about the $250,000 that we said here, go do some pilot programs with partners? Is that part of that?
I'm not sure.
Because if it isn't, I don't think we ever gave a resolution to the Parks and Recs on to work for youth sports and recreation programs of any kind.
Yeah, the intent would be, sorry, this is Jack Eklund, Public Works Director. The intent would be to have the Parks and the Parks Commission would help advise when we have some information. So that's the role that they would be. But yes, the staff would still be following the direction from council
For the 250,000 pilot
Yes.
programs. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the right track here, because this sounded like it was completely different.
So it does,
Okay.
it ties to a goal adopted by the
Yeah,
council.
right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to yield my floor to Councilmember McCluskey and then ask for my floor back.
Councilmember McCluskey, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. These are suggestions for their advisory work commissions, and it has been in the past, and it's done with the other commissions that council can make their comments. And of course, it takes a vote of 4 to put it on here for them to, in a resolution. And that is the vein that we were going on, and which made my comments to Mr. Wood's proposal of the dog park. But all the other commissions, we all added things to it, our ideas, our comments, our perspectives, and this was no exception. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments with regards to Parks Commission?
Yeah.
Councilmember Fleming.
Now I'll take the floor back. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Amy, just thank you and the commission for what you all are doing. I think of all the commissions we have, this is the toughest one because some days we know where we're going with it, some days we're not so sure. But I appreciate your presentation. I will echo the dog park issue. I'll beat that. I guess it's not a horse, but a dog one more time. We do have a great dog park in our city. To other council members' comments, maybe we can partner with the county if we need to do some amenities down there. But I think it's a great space, lots of acreage, and I know the dogs love it. I'm not so sure about the owners, but
Yeah.
the dogs have a great time. I love your work plan item discussion. I really appreciated the comments on the park maintenance staffing. I know the council's had a lot of debate back and forth. I know there's council that support it, some that don't, but be that as it may, we're always looking for suggestions there. And same with the youth recreation program. I don't know if this is prioritized, but it's on your work plan. You may have better ideas than we do, but I'm always open to hear what those suggestions are and then have those lively debates appear at the dais when the time comes for those. But I really appreciated the presentation and the work y'all did, so thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. Councilmember Keel, followed by Councilmember Belisi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your report. I echo Councilmember Fleming's comment about. I too think that this is the toughest commission. After spending 10 years on the school board, I know that parents really care about their kids and they want, their kids to be fully engaged. And I think this is kind of this realm for us as a city where we're talking about youth and folks wanting that. And then not having the right resources, the adequate resources to do what's necessary makes it difficult. And I want to thank you and your whole commission for the work that you do, and know it's very much appreciated by, I'm sure, all of us here at this dais and the work that you do. And so having said that, my only comment is to continue to work with council, staff, and then there's probably some other groups that are outside of the city's umbrella that are doing things around parks and recreation, and just doing what you can do to kind of leverage all of those resources so that we can put our nose under the tent in the very beginning, and then think of ways that we can garner other resources and additional resources to do more things as we need going forward. So thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Belisi.
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Wolf, thank you so much to you and your commission for this work plan. Again, this is a difficult commission to work on because the community has high expectations. Unfortunately, funding may not be there to meet all those expectations. But the task that we have always seen our commission holding is one of creativity. And I think this commission, above all else, is one that has the greatest opportunity to think outside the box, especially when it comes to youth sports and recreation. Just because we've said you have $250,000, or that's the money that we've allotted, that should not keep the commission from thinking outside the box as to coming up with creative solutions. And maybe those creative solutions would require the future council to appropriate funding for it to make it worthwhile. But we expect, or at least I as a citizen would expect the Parks Commission to be one of the more creative ones, to be able to leverage all resources and all ideas in the plans that they present, as well as the program for youth and sports. So thank you, and I look forward as a citizen next year to seeing some of these creative ideas coming to fruition.
All right, well, very good. I think we have made the rounds, and Chair Wolf, I appreciate you bringing your work plan to us. You've heard of a number of comments. We'll look forward to considering that here very soon. I believe it's next agenda, next meeting. And very good. And with that, I would invite up our Planning Commission.
Great, thank you.
So, while the Planning Commission may be last tonight, it is not least. And we do keep them pretty darn busy. Mr. Graybill, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you coming in.
See, the crowd is thinning now that I'm up here.
Well, we've been looking forward to hearing about the work plan, but first, thank you for all the hard work you and your compatriots have done here, not just this year, but a number of years here. So we've been keeping you pretty active, but you can see the difference on the streets. So.
Well, I know you saved the best for last.
That's exactly right.
Mayor Worthington, council members, you have a nicely color-coded and timelined program of work for the Planning Commission. And as you know, we act at your behest, as well as trying to follow state regulations and advice from the staff. We have our hands full for the coming year, because we're not only working on district plans and continuing work on district plans, but also trying to update the comp plan, which is required from time to time by the Growth Management Act. And we're in that current cycle that began in 22 and extends through 24. And so that will be our heavy lift, along with the district plans in the coming year. I know that you know that we work with both the staff and consultants, and we've had some excellent consultants hired, not only for the previous Northeast District Plan, but now the 27th District Plan and others as money and time permits the staff to obtain for us. I guess eventually we'll be getting to the Town Center District Plan, and I'll look forward to that, but we have yet to have a consultant for that. Comprehensive plan we've been working on already, and the update has to be completed by the end of 2024. We've been working with a consultant called LDC, and they're doing a very nice job both with the Planning Commission and staff, but also in public outreach. And I think they've contacted me about 3 times at my home, and I know they're doing a doggone good job in reaching out to the community. Eventually, we'll be getting into some public hearings and presenting the results to you for your approval. The 27th Street Business Plan you've already heard a little bit about from the Economic Development Commission. And I might add to you in this report that we have regular commission reports each Planning Commission meeting from the Economic Development Commission. And several of our members of the Planning Commission have also served or currently serve on the Economic Development Commission, so that we have that cross-fertilization of work. The Town Center District Plan, of course, will be important with or without meters. We want to do the right job there as the centerpiece for the community. And then finally, we'll be listening to recommendations from the staff and working on that which the state has mandated under House Bill 1110. So we hear occasionally what we have to do from higher powers, and then we pass those things on. Occasionally we come up with our own recommendations, which are highly centered toward maintaining the quality of life in University Place, but also concentrating on making it an economically viable community. And I devoted most of my working career to economic development, and so I am an outspoken chairperson for that issue. Without belaboring any of these, since you can all read them, what are your thoughts or questions or suggestions about your Planning Commission?
Very good, Mr. Greenville. Thank you. Appreciate the quick summary, but also give us good flavor for what's in front of you. And it is a considerable amount of work. Councilmember Belisi, followed by Councilmember Blakowski.
Mr. Graybill, thank you for serving on the Planning Commission. As a longtime Planning Commissioner myself, before I got on council, my heart and soul is in comprehensive plan and zoning. And you guys have done a fantastic job. There's a lot of detailed work that you have to do, a lot of regulations that govern what the decision-making process that you have to take. And I know the Planning Commission needs outspoken people to challenge those regulations, because they often conflict with what our citizens want. And it's a difficult position to be in at times. I just want to say, you know, as you're going through this, I know with the upcoming changes in House Bill 1110 and our citizens' recent flash vote results with no apartments, no densification, no new developments, et cetera, our comprehensive plan is going to come out a bit different than what people think. You know, they say one thing and then are surprised when we are overruled or we have to come up with regulations that are different. If you guys on the Planning Commission can think of a nice way or outreach that we could do with citizens to educate them on the difficulties and challenges that the city faces, I think council and staff would love to hear those suggestions, how we can outreach and educate, so that citizens, as they're making their choices for leadership in the state and federal level, can maybe be a little bit more thoughtful in that approach and ask more thoughtful questions when legislation appears that impacts the community, because recent bills are going to have a change in the long term, sadly. But thank you for it. There's a lot of paperwork and stuff that you have to go through to be successful on the Planning Commission.
Well, as with many things, if folks aren't paying attention, they may be surprised in the end.
Very true.
Very true. Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for serving on the Planning Commission as well as your fellow commissioners, and hearing a little bit of your background. I think you're the right person for it. And so I want to thank you for your hard work and willingness to share your expertise on it, because it's essential that you are a visionary, because at the end, this is how our citizens are going to live. You're creating how they're going to create their life within our community's borders, and that's a very heavy and important role, especially when we want to ensure certain values and lifestyles within our community's borders, and to manage that with all the things that are moving with the House bills, and not to change, try to change as much of the scope of what our citizens enjoy today, which is a beautiful city that has, the open space and some of the lower densities, which is, is going to change in the future. So
Density is hard.
yes, it is. So thank you. That's my comments.
Councilmember Wood.
Just a quick question for you, and this may be as much directed at Kevin or you, I'm not sure. I'm glad you're looking at 1110. Is 1337 on the plan, Senate Bill 1337, is that going to be, or is that looking at next FY? What are you thinking on that?
The Planning Commission looked at accessory dwelling units last year.
Oh, that's okay.
And made their recommendations based off of the Housing Action Toolkit. So, and they held multiple meetings on that in a public hearing on that. They did make their recommendation prior to House Bill 1337.
Which is why I'm asking that. So are you just not going to revisit then, or is that going to just be dealt with by staff at this point, do you think?
It would be up to the City Council on whether or not they would want to direct the Planning Commission to relook at accessory dwelling units. They already took it through their process.
We have a set of recommendations now we're considering, and we need to see how that, my view is we'll run that through and see what happens.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you much.
Yep. All right. Any other, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure how this fits in. And Mr. Graybill, thank you for your service. You and the whole commissioners, please thank them. This is science to a certain degree, and it's a lot of thought and energy, and definitely appreciate the thoughtfulness that goes into this. That being said, like Councilmember Fleming, you were here when he mentioned something about the or the AMC Theater and all those apartments going up and how they've turned out. I'm not sure how that may fit, because as we look forward to new plans and comprehensive plans and all this, how can we make sure we don't have another one that looks like and feels like what turned out over there at that property? And if any of this work can help make that better, I certainly would like to see that as a focal point, so we don't end up with another area of UP that looks like that bundle. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see. So any other comments? And I have one, but and I'll just go forward with that. Mr. Graybill and your cohorts there, in any case, you folks, I think, have done a very good job for us. It is a tremendous amount of work, a very rigorous meeting schedule and all of that. And one of the things I really have appreciated is the interplay with the Economic Development Group, so that you do have this liaison between you, sometimes formal, sometimes informal, but it does provide another counterpoint on occasion, and I think that is very valuable. What I'm taking away from the current comments, with perhaps one question about design review, which I don't actually think is Planning Commission, but perhaps you do have some authority in the regulatory side of that. But what I'm taking away from it is the commission, or the council rather, doesn't actually have any proposed changes to the work plan as we've seen it tonight. So, very good. I appreciate your efforts in getting that to us, and thank you so much.
Go forth and do good works, I know. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Great, Mr. Graybill. So we have one more item that we do need to get to this evening before we actually are scheduled to go into an executive session in about 8 minutes.
So, Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to extend the regular meeting prior to executive session to 9:25.
So there's a motion to extend to 9:25. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second to extend the regular meeting at 9:25. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Meeting is extended till 9:25. Thank you. And we'll continue now into that next item and consider our legislative agenda for the 2024 legislative season. And
Okay, Mayor, I'll handle this one. You've got in your packet, at the back of your packet is a 3-page memorandum that Assistant City Manager Eric Faison prepared. It highlights 2023, but that's not our focus tonight. It's 2024 agenda. If you turn to page 2 of that 3-page memo, you'll see there is 7 policy issues identified. The first 4 are public safety related, and I do have the chief here if there is any technical question about those. The first one, you can read them, but police officer recruitment and retention. These are all AWCs. The second one has to do with auto theft and property crimes. The third one is WASPIC, Washington Association of Police Chiefs, relating to juvenile justice. The fourth one is related to resources for new drug possession laws, as well as some technical provisions, revisions to address prosecutor concerns implementing the new law. So that's all in public safety realm, AWC, WASPIC, and so I sort of like, it's not categorized that way, but you can see that that's how it's grouped. So before I move on to item number 5, I wanted to see if there was any questions about those policy issues on items 1 through 4, which are public safety related. And if there are, we'll try to answer those.
He was just asking, he wants to see if you want to entertain questions on the first 4.
Public safety, there.
Thank you.
And then before we move on to the next 2, which are finance related.
okay, any questions with regards to public safety? Councilmember Fleming, followed by Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. Steve, what's meant by additional resources? Can you be more specific when it comes to additional resources for responding to new drug possession laws? What does that mean?
Okay. All right, Matt's going to fill that one in.
So, Councilmember Fleming, as you may recall, 6-8 months ago, the legislature initially adjourned without passing the so-called Blake Fix legislation.
Right.
They promptly fixed that. One of the fixes associated with the Blake Fix is that essentially what were formerly felonies are now prosecutable as misdemeanors / gross misdemeanors, which instead of being handled by the state in Superior Court are now handled by cities across the state in their municipal and district courts, which carry a price tag.
So are we looking for additional attorneys?
We may. I think right now I don't have enough information to specify specific to us how many cases we've seen, what sort of workload that has, but however, recognizing that because what were formerly felonies are now being prosecuted at a lower level, the cost of the system have been reallocated to cities away from the state.
Okay. So we're anticipating.
We are anticipating, so yeah.
And it's not just prosecutors, you're also looking at jail time or jail bed space that was formerly absorbed by the state, criminal defense costs, and other related incidentals associated to handling a significant or a portion of a former felony caseload.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that includes medical cost as well.
Yeah.
Yes. All of it.
Yeah. So that helps illustrate that, and medical costs for someone in jail can be rather surprising and expensive. Councilmember Keel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm chuckling. It's just another move by the legislature to pass those costs on to the cities, unfunded mandate. The question I have is on the very first one, I know what that is, and coming from AWC and all that, but how does that, do we have other examples of how we want the help from the legislature? It seems like there needs to be some other explaining to do with what we want from them as far as the help.
I'm going to ask the chief, who's very familiar with that particular item, police officer recruitment and retention, regarding the academies.
Okay, so that would look like several things. One of those right now for agencies, there's a challenge to get officers into the academy just because of certain requirements. Right now they have to provide that officer's name before they can get a spot for that officer in the academy. Sometimes with different agencies they'll have, you know, multiple candidates and delaying being able to reserve a spot, delaying that process and knowing it's going to be Officer Smith or it's going to be, you know, Officer Burke or whoever it would be. That's one delay, and that's one requirement that it's addressing. But also in terms of recruitment and retention, you know, there's been concerns expressed as far as, you know, certain agencies and municipalities being able to offer different, you know, bonuses for hiring and different packages, you know, in terms of hiring and benefits, and for certain cities and different places it's challenging to match that, and so ways to make it so there's not the haves and the have-nots, so to speak. That's one of the terms that's been used, and kind of level the playing field in terms of compensation. So that's one of the areas that's also, you know, being talked about when you're talking about recruitment and retention.
What about, and that's good, because that's what I was thinking that it would be. It just didn't see it articulated there. What about the different areas for where the schools are being held? Right now, we got the one in Federal Way, and then there's another one open up. But then there's still some talk or some need for additional ones. Is that in part of the ask as well, or are we not asking that anymore?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the additional areas that's being looked at right now. You know, there's the academy in Burien, one in Pasco, one in Spokane, and so they are looking at adding additional, you know, academy spaces. I think up north, you know, north of King County, and then also down south as well. So that's one of the areas that's being addressed, as well as offering more academy classes so that more recruits can get into those classes.
So when this goes forward, it's more than just this one line. It's this one line with a bunch of bullets that you just went through underneath it as far as what we want.
There's multiple components within that item.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Certainly. By the way, be careful to use the term bullets around an officer. Sorry. Any other questions from council? All right. Please, Steve,
Okay.
continue.
Let's move on to items 5 and 6. Those are finance related. Those are very familiar to us because they've been on AWC's priority list for a very long time. One is to request legislation revising the 1% property tax cap to reflect property growth and inflation. That hasn't gone anywhere in the past, but it's still there. AWC has put that one for us, has got it as their one of their priorities. Secondly, item number 6 is something that we talked about, which we made use of here, and as well as other cities, and that is the flexibility in using REIT revenue. So that was that's looking at what AWC is requesting. Instead of just making a temporary financial flexibility, make that financial flexibility permanent, so that it can be used in the ways that cities need to use it for infrastructure maintenance. Okay. So that's as well as operation of parks and capital facilities. So that's items 5 and 6. Those are finance related. Those are not unknown to us. We've probably all seen them. Those, again, we've just lifted those from AWC, and you see that here. It's Obviously, there's a lot of depth. There's position papers that AWC has put forth. We're just giving you the snapshot, the headline on this.
Okay. So, Mr. Sugg, I have a counterpoint on number 6. I don't know if this is the time to have that, or if you would prefer to finish some other items and get back to that.
No, we can try to address that now. So.
All right, good. So, just as prerogative of the chair, so I actually don't agree with this particular proposal. And the reason I don't is more about our integrity with the legislature than anything else. The REAP money we receive, we apply that towards new infrastructure cost. And I'm using these in very generalized terms. We need that cost for new infrastructure. It isn't as though the money will go unspent. It'll get spent. That's what we pay for roads. That's what we pay for new parks, potentially. It has to be new infrastructure. It can't be replacement. And we rely on that in our capital facilities planning efforts. This would allow us to move some of those dollars into maintenance. That's okay. We have more flexibility. That's a positive. That's good. But some history, somewhere in time, a decade or so ago, or perhaps when Councilmember Fleming was in the legislature, there was discussion about the REIT sales tax, and there was a reason it was segregated in such a way that it was used for capital planning. And I believe that various legislators, depending upon your various parties, said, look, you said you wanted this tax, we agree, you need the tax for capital financing. Now we're saying, oh, we changed our minds, we need it for maintenance. And I think it to me strikes at being not holding to the intent of what it is we are originally. And I use the big we here, not us, University Place, us and the city family within the state. And so I don't really think it gets us anywhere, but other than I think it interrupts the sense of integrity that we as cities should have with our legislative partners. When we say we're going to do something, we should do it. And that's the issue that I have on this particular one. Now, I may be the only one on the table with that issue, and that's just fine. I just need to articulate it. I tried to do it last year when we came up as well. And it got on our legislative piece, and I, in my role as mayor, I went out and did my best to support it as anybody's going to on the team. So Councilmember McCloskey, Councilmember Keel, and then Councilmember Police.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McCloskey.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stan. I'm having a hard time seeing you back there.
Just picking on me tonight.
I'm blocking him. He doesn't exist.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, since you've raised that point about the REIT, I did not realize that back history, but as everything changes with time, and maintenance is sorely needed to have that flexibility at the local level. I always like choice, so we can choose where to place our cards in the best possible way to keep the infrastructure strong, capital improvements going, and so we can decide where that goes, and I like that instead of being really restrictive. So I understand the integrity piece and how it was initially stated, but if we can tweak it, because, as you say, we get X amount of dollars, right? And you've got to use it however we choose to, but to have the city council have that local control and flexibility, I think I probably would go with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Venue there.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Keel, then I'm going to bounce over to Councilmember Fleming because I was...
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I do appreciate your comment about, where we started and now where we're trying to go. And it's very accurate. And I think what I really wish is I wish that the legislature would be as conscientious as you are about staying true to what you started with, because there's so many examples, in my opinion, but I think it could be proven, so many examples where we have tax and it was supposed to come directly to the cities, but they have kept those dollars, because they collected them and then they just kept them. And like, well, wait a minute, it's supposed to come to us, and they just don't even respond. They just keep it. Not to mention the dollars that come from the federal government that has to stop at the state and then come to us, where we get very little of that money. So I agree with you, but I'm comfortable with asking for the flexibility because of the need for the flexibility.
Thank you, Councilmember Keel. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be very brief. As we go down this list, and to your point, a lot, and you read these, they're all very well thought out, and they're important to get on the legislative radar screen. But I would love to see us at some point prioritize these and focus on ones that are really the reality of becoming real versus those that are just great thoughts that are going to go nowhere. Because we could spin our wheels, put a lot of energy into some of these legislative ideas, and then have just blown our wad and got nothing out of it. So, what I divide these into is what is the reality of some of these becoming real versus what is what I call planting seeds for thought in our legislators' minds so that they can process that and hopefully at some point down the road bring it to fruition. But, when you look at these, like I said, well thought out, great ideas, but I would hope that our legislative agenda for 2024 contains stuff that really has the potential to become real.
Okay.
So that's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Belisi.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as the REIT taxes, I mean, at this point, the state has taken so many shared funds that were in existence at the time that the REIT was dedicated exclusively for capital facilities and have left local jurisdictions at a funding deficit. I agree with your point that we need to be transparent and upfront. And it's very easy then to begin spending the REIT on maintenance costs. But at the other hand, I know we struggle very often in trying to find capital facilities to build and utilize those funds. And the worst thing to do is to have capital facilities that you can't maintain. So there is that struggle. Should the legislature decide to extend or do away with the provision that it only be used for capital facilities, I would suggest that council look at a way that legislatively for future councils you could look at designating a percentage of REIT that could go to capital facilities and maintenance so that it's clear to the citizens how those funds are actually being spent on things, and that holds the council and staff accountable to making sure that we're giving thoughtful consideration to those costs. But I do think, given that the state does not seem to be at all keen on cost sharing where it's legislatively required, that at the least they can do is make sure that we have a funding source that we can utilize as we see fit locally.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
There's a mix of the comments here that I'm in agreement with. I think flexibility is really important, considering the times that we just are more unsure than ever about where the money's going to be available. I do think that capital facilities requires accumulation of funds in order to finally have enough to build something, and I can see that maintenance, and it seems like, okay, you built it, but how do you maintain it? That this would be it. I'm not in agreement with the operations of it. That to me is a different meaning. I can see capital facilities and having the ability to use some of these funds to maintain what they said you can build. But I'm not into I don't, with this operations where it got in and all that, it's just, the like, why would we want to spend that kind of money? I think it has to be for the intent. And to me, I would not be in favor of keeping that with that language of operations. But I would be in favor of it for maintenance of any capital facilities that was built through revenue. That being said, I think that if this does stay and legislature does keep it, that the first order of business that we should do as a council and say, look at how much money of that revenue we want to spend in capital, of needed capital facilities, and how much of that would be in maintenance, and to make sure that we actually focus on those two issues and not just let it ride. And staff says, well, we need this and need that. I think we need, as a council, to take a more proactive action and give direction towards that. And that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, first off, Council, thank you all for a chance to discuss that. I've got a good perspective. Basically, I yield. But I did appreciate a chance to chat about it. Do you, in any case, I don't know that I need more as far as my perspective goes. On number 6, more chance for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem brings up the question about operations. Is operations in the AWC related language?
Matt's saying no.
Okay. We're checking, but we don't think it probably is.
I know it wasn't.
Okay, it is not in.
No, this is, if I'm not mistaken, without double checking, I think that bullet point is near verbatim from the AWC guidance. Or from the AWC.
So so you are saying operations is in the AWC one?
I think it's wrong.
Yeah. Excuse me, Councilmember Keel.
Yeah, thank you. As Matt is checking it, and I would suggest leaving it there, because for maximum flexibility. And to Mayor Pro Tem's point, if future council doesn't want to do operations, then we can manage ourselves to not do that. But I think it's important for the legislation from the legislators to have that flexibility, because one day we might wake up and say, you know what, we really want to use that for operations. But if we don't want to use it, we just don't do it.
All right. So I think we're working with it, but I don't want to get us too hung up here. I would like us to get through our list.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sugg, we'll continue on.
One more. And that is, the last item is not item 7, which is not AWC, but is actually staff generated. Lisa Patork, who's not here, had asked that we put it on the radar of our legislature. This is a federal DOJ requirement for ADA, how's it put? ADA updates for websites and mobile devices. It's estimated to cost small governments $60,000 and up. We're considered a small government because for the federal requirements, it's 50,000 population or less. So we fit into that small. So this is more about getting it on the radar of the legislature as opposed to at this point. And because we are not the only city that's going to be impacted by this. There's many cities in Washington State. Right now, it's not on AWC's radar, and we're placing it there just as a heads up, because it could be a significant statewide cost collectively to all the municipalities that would be affected by this. Everyone's going to have to comply at some point. There's no deadline, so it looks like we may have some time, but I just wanted to put that out there.
All right,
it's more of a heads up to to our delegation to see if they want to raise this with their colleagues.
So Councilmember Fleming used the term planting seeds. Maybe this is planting seeds. So,
It's
okay.
It's a UP generated.
I am not. So do we have any significant comments on number 7?
Well,
what was the question?
Oh, just we have number 7. It is a future issue. and at the moment does not directly affect the city of University Place, but may in time as issues develop and populations grow, if I captured that right. So, Councilmember Keel, did you have further?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, you asked a question about number 7, and I'm not tracking what I'm...
Right, I'm just trying to decide if we need to talk more about number 7 or not.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm with Councilmember Fleming about his comments about how many do you put up and what's important to us. This one seems to be, it's not for us right now. I think this is something we push up to AWC, whether we have a representative in the legislative committee or not, that we make it a point ahead of time before they meet and say, we really would like AWC to pick this up on behalf of all cities. I think we'll get more bang for the buck of even getting any attention or traction versus a little UP thinking that we're going to push something this big up the ladder. So I don't see that being a critical thing to put on for this year because, again, those folks are looking, that's a lot for this little city. And not when we're still looking, forget about the ideas, we're still looking at this other recommendations of projects for monies, which are probably the most important ones. So that's my input on that.
Councilmember McCluskey.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up with Mayor Pro Tem. I wholeheartedly agree. And also when we're going for an ask, think bigger ask than 60K in light of what the other ones.
Okay. So, Councilmember Keel, would that be for a motion to...
No, now that I caught up with everybody, I have a comment now.
Okay. Councilmember Keel.
Sorry, thank you. I understand where everyone's coming from on it is a future kind of placeholder, planting seeds, if you will. It doesn't cost us anything to have it on here, but it may cost us something to not have it on here, in my view, because when you're looking at legislators, you don't know what they're going to pick up on.
That's true.
You know, I mean, and it could be the thing that we're not thinking of, and it might be something in their mind or in their, you know, they see that and they grab it and then they push it through. I mean, how many times have we seen odd things get brought into law when you're like, well, where did that come from? You know, and this could be a thing like that. I like, you know, pushing it to AWC, but I also don't think it costs us anything to have it as number 7 on our list as well.
Well, I would suggest we do this. So this is not a policy motion that I'm about to propose, but if someone would like to make a motion to remove this, put it on AWC,
Point of
then
order,
we should
Mr.
do
Mayor.
that. Otherwise, we have 3 minutes before we need to extend.
I have a point of order. We can't do motions in study session.
So.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
We can?
Head nod.
Oh, we can do
Do
head
a
nods.
head nod.
You can do a head nod, but you can't do a motion.
Don't do the motion.
All
Do
right.
the head nod whether it survives.
Who wants to put this up to AWC?
So you're voting.
Oh, okay, yes.
You're nodding your head. Nod your head.
Okay. All right. And I sense
I need a spring.
We'll get you a bobblehead.
Okay. All right. You know, I think we're going to leave this for you folks to sort out. Good luck with that. And do we need to extend? Before we do that, I did want to ask, how far do we need to get tonight? Do we need to get the capital projects done as well?
Yeah, we do.
That's more important.
Yeah. This is your last meeting of the year, or second to last meeting of the year with action scheduled on your first meeting in December.
Okay. So buckle up and we'll stay here.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to extend the regular meeting to 9:45.
Oh, geez, a half hour.
Well, it's so, okay.
Motion to
We can always finish early.
9:30.
We will never get through it.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
second.
So there's a motion to extend to 9:45. I have a second. Was that what you seconded?
Yes.
Okay. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. We're extending the regular meeting to 9:45. Let's get back on that agenda.
If I can jump in real quick on the prior bullet point related to the REAP funds, I did pull the legislative final bill report. It does refer to operations and maintenance, not the AWC materials as previously referenced.
Good. Thank you for the clarification. All right. So this brings us to the proposals from council members.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay. I think the idea would be the individual council members making proposals have a few moments, fairly brief, to explain what the proposals are. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. Council members, with the amount of time that we have some very important capital projects that we have to talk about and understand, and hopefully we can get that done. These other ideas have not been processed enough and studied enough. We can take all these, there's quite a few bullets, and we can be breaking that down between the 7 of us, and we'll be here till 11:30. Okay, I just want to be honest. And to think that we're going to get this done and the other part, I just think that this has not been vetted enough for this to be brought up at the 12th hour.
So I guess the argument would be that it's been in the works here. We had it in a previous meeting as well, and it was solicited probably 60 days ago. So, Councilmember Fleming.
Mr. Mayor, for the sake of time, can we just put the council members' recommendations on the next council meeting and work on the capital projects? That one has to get done. And then we can address these, and then everyone's happy at the end of the day. Otherwise, I agree. We'll be here all night, and we haven't even got to exec yet.
All right. So, Councilmember Fleming, do I hear that as a motion to table council members' recommendations to the next regular meeting?
You know what? That is a motion.
Can't be a motion.
I can nod my
Point of
head.
order.
That is my nod.
As mayor, you have the opportunity to guide the council discussion.
Thank you.
Subject to the will of the council.
Yeah. All right. Councilmember McCluskey.
All right. I took time to think about this. I put it on the list, and as long as I get like my day in court, I'm fine. Whether it's today or the first meeting in December, I'll be a happy camper.
All right. With that in mind, we're going to take the council member suggestions and, Councilmember Wood, certainly.
I would like to have an opportunity of the 3 ideas I put here. I can table 2. There's one I think we should discuss that I think is just a statement of support, essentially, for the efforts that I believe Representative Levitt is going to be working on with level 3 sex offender placement. And she's proposing certain changes to law. I don't know exactly what they are, but basically restoring some of the things they pulled out 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't think it'd be inappropriate for us to have some kind of statement that supports what she is trying to do.
Is that captured in one of these bullets?
It's the first one.
It's the first one.
We can make a statement.
I don't have the exact statement. This was a good idea, Ferry, at the time when we were talked about it. But I know she is working on something, and I think we should consider a statement of support, whether it's in the legislative agenda or elsewhere. I do think we should have that in there.
Yeah, then I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Sorry.
Councilmember Fleming.
I'll be really fast. I think sending a statement of support is fine, not a legislative agenda item, but sort of that, we can move on.
Okay. So with that, we're going to move the balance of the council member suggestions to the next meeting. We will consider a statement of support as we get a little more detail on that, and hopefully have that for the next meeting. And with that, let's talk about capital projects. Jack, can you help us with that?
Yes. So we have a series. We have 7 projects that we've identified, and these are right now still. We're looking at. We're still strategizing whether it would be appropriate for a state legislative ask or a federal legislative ask. But these are the priorities we've identified. One is our Chambers Creek Roundabout project. That's one that we did have a federal request last year for. It is still at least potentially in the
the House budget for the feds. We haven't heard where that is, but that's a possibility. However, that was at a lower rate, a lower amount than what we had requested. So that was a $1.7 million project, and currently the House has it in their budget at $500,000. So depending on where it falls out with that, we'd like to continue to pursue that. The second one is the 36th Street and Grandview roundabout, and that's the project in which we have applied for a TIB grant for, which we should hear next month, the results. And so depending on those results, that also would then direct us of which type of funding, if any, we would need to pursue, or maybe we were fortunate and able to receive the TIB funds. Another project we have, number 3, is traffic signal upgrade project. And one of this, we just had a power outage last week, right? That kind of gives an example of why this is an important project. So, so this would upgrade all of our signals to have emergency battery backup. So, as you're all are aware, when we had the power outage, we were out for about a half hour or so, and all of our signals were black that whole time. So, if we were to have the battery backup, then you could have either full operation or flashing red. It's some other programmable options depending on your outage, and then also to upgrade the signals that we don't have with the flashing protected permissive to the yellow arrows to that. So those would be that's a $500,000 request. We think that probably would be good for a state request. It may not be as strong as a federal request, but we're still looking at that. Another one we're looking at, we've had requests from the Day Island residents to do some work on the spit where we have the king tide floods that happen. The roads in relatively poor shape, and so that would be reconstruct the road from an emergency standpoint, raise it up a little bit, and also some maintenance on that. So that's one of the options. About $1.5 million we're estimating. Another project 5 here. This is 57th Street pedestrian lighting improvements. So this is a project in which we've received some county funds and some state funds to build a roadway and also a sewer line to serve the 57th Street neighborhood off of Cirque Drive. But one thing that those projects didn't include were associated pedestrian and lighting improvements, and so we think that would pair quite nicely with that project. The 6th one on the list is a 67th Avenue Phase 3 project. That's one we have received design dollars from PSRC. However, it could also be the dollar size, and the fact that we have some federal money already in it could make it a good candidate for a federal ask. And then finally, there is an option here to also potentially partner with the University Place Parks and Recreation Foundation to do a legislative request to ask for some additional funds for the Inclusive Playground project. They were seeking, they're hoping to get some funding for the restroom itself, the family-style ADA restroom, and that's one thing that I know Representative Levitt had expressed some interest in supporting, and so that's why that one's on the list. And so
Thank
with
you,
that, I'm
Jack.
happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. So, Council, I believe we were all at least generally familiar with these projects. I think my question ends up being, is there a project you don't want on the list? Is there something you want taken off the list? Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, back to Councilmember Fleming, he said it very well, and that is, how much can we go out and just put out on the table? He's been on that side of the fence, and I take that to heart when he said that, because I thought he would go back to his previous days, and maybe he can correct me on that. But I just think there's a lot, plus the other things, coming just from UP. Okay, and there they are trying to focus on UP. I think that we need to cut this to funding that can come from the state, that cannot come from the feds, like number 3, 5, and 7. Those definitely or more state requests than the other ones. The other ones have already potential federal like even the first one is a good candidate for repeat federal requests and things like that. So that's just as, I don't know if the strategy is to just put the kitchen table against a wall. I'm not sure if that's a good strategy.
Well, let's get some clarification here. Is this list specific to state programs, or is this state and federal?
It has potential for both. Some are stronger, some are just state, and some have state and/or federal.
Okay, so there's a mix of federal, mix of state in the list here. I don't know if that is helpful.
No, I think I made my
Mayor Pro Tem is correct. There are some that will not qualify for federal funding.
And then Councilmember Keel.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I recognized Fleming before I recognized you. I'm sorry.
I know it's hard to tell apart. We're twins, right?
I thought I heard my name. When I started talking,
he just
so sorry.
To the mayor's point, when you put these projects up, there's going to be some, and they're prioritized. I mean, you submit your project, and then it goes on a prioritization. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when I used to sit on that committee, you prioritize. So I hear where we don't want to throw the kitchen sink, but in this case, you do, because it'll go before a debate. It'll be prioritized with all the other projects around the state. If you have projects that are, correct the term, project ready or build ready, you go to the top of the list. So for funding, and you're shooting not just for the state and federal, but the county also has funding for some of these projects, and I used to sit on that committee, and we look at the same thing. If you're build ready and you got a project, we're going to push it to the top, we're going to fund it and keep moving. So I am in favor of putting these all out there. What might help us a little bit is if we broke it down and said, this is our state request, this is our federal request, state request, county request, and these are the ones that are a blend of 2 or 3. And I think that might help clarify it a little bit better for the council. But to the point, you really do want to throw these ones out.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember
Not
Keel.
out, but up.
Councilmember Fleming said exactly what I wanted to say, almost verbatim.
Okay.
So thank you.
I'll take my comment back.
Okay. All right.
I can change.
Very good.
You found me to change my mind on this, guys,
Absolutely.
several times.
We hear new information. That's good. So from this, we're leaving the list intact. So, being able to move forward from that. And with that, do we have any other business for us in regards to the study session?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. Council, we're going to be adjourning into an executive session. Somewhere in here, I will have an RCW that will tell us exactly what the purpose of that executive session is. Somewhere. There it is. Found it. Okay. So at this time, the City Council will recess into executive session for approximately 1 hour to review the performance of a public employee as allowed by RCW 4230-110 sub 1 sub G. The council is not expected to take further action following the executive session. Thank you. It is 10:34. We're going to extend the meeting until 10:40. Thank you. Ready? Okay. It's now 10:34. We're going to be extending the meeting, the executive session tonight, until 10:50. Meeting extended until 10:50. All right, it is 10:45. Our executive session will be ending. The executive session is closed. There is no action to be taken. Enjoy your evening.